to go ahead and get started with the public hearing, the Planning Commission meeting of March 14th, 2023. If we can have the flag salute led by Commissioner Garcia, please. Please stand. Jessica, roll call, please.
Chair Guerrero.
Here.
Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Quill. Commissioner Flores.
Here.
Vice Chair Armstead is late. And Commissioner Lewis.
Okay. Thank you. If we can go ahead and have the administration of oath, please. Gentlemen, there's some seats up front and in the second row.
All right, for anyone who wants to give public comment, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this body will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do. I do. Please, you may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and no items on closed session. We'll go ahead with public comments on items not on the agenda. Is there anyone wishing to speak on a matter that is not on the agenda?
I have three.
Three? Okay.
Let's start with a Dave Brown. Oh, I'm sorry. It was number 4, right? I apologize. It's on the agenda. That was my mistake. Sorry. Yes. Oh, okay. Sir. Okay. So treasure.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. So I'm not talking about anything specific, but I'm going to talk about in a roundabout way because I can't stay. So here's the thing about the development in the city of San Bernardino, which you guys have been so diligent in doing. One problem we've always had is that people like to build whatever they can build rather than what we actually need and desire. That's why you can wash your car across the street from 5 other car washes. You can get your gas within 5 different car washes on the same corners. Or you can go buy liquor at 3 liquor stores that are all catty-cornered to each other in this city. We are oversaturated with car washes, liquor stores, and gas stations. In fact, if you run out of gas, you've worked really hard to do that in the city because they're within a block away. What I'm asking for you guys to do is take that into consideration when you're moving these things forward. What is the true nature of the development for the future of this city? Not what state law says we're supposed to have today, not what people think the city of San Bernardino is only able to get. That is the number one thing, and I've watched you guys make these type of decisions that have been really great. So I want you to keep doing that. The second thing I want to talk about is the Oxbow and how important and diligent you took the time over 5 months to do your research, your due diligence on how detrimental and dangerous grinding and crushing is to the community at large. Because right now, the council members, Fred Charette, Teddy Sanchez, Juan Figueroa, and Sandra Ibarra are trying to bring back the ability to grind after everything you've done. Now, your recommendation tonight is going to go to them. What I don't want to see is them tell you what you're saying and all the hard work you're doing doesn't matter. If you haven't, please speak to your council member. Tell them what you've done, your research, what you have found out, so that you can give them the ability to make an educated decision, not a political one. It is so important that San Bernardino gets its chance to be the best that we can be. And that is why these are citizen-held commissions, because you put us first. No one's paying you to be here. No one's elected you to be here. You've been chosen because you have a special talent for identifying the right type of needs, permits, so that this city can be complete and whole in all of its development. So thank you guys for all that you're doing. Please keep going, and I appreciate you. Just make sure your council members are educated behind your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one.
There's not an item number. Jeanette. Okay. Is that?
I'm actually speaking on behalf of somebody, so I'm not sure if it is.
Is it on an agenda item?
I'm reading an email she sent me.
Okay, let me see really quick.
one of my, the presidents of the neighborhood association.
Okay,
She's
so
not
this,
able to-
this is for one of the items. This is the last one.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that's it for off the calendar.
Thank you. All right, consent agenda. Consent items are considered routine in nature and may be enacted in one motion. All public and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any item may be discussed separately upon request of a member of the Planning Commission or member of the public. Does staff have any updates to the consent calendar?
No updates to the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you. So we will have is there anyone wishing to speak on the consent calendar items? If not, may I entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar? Excuse me, gentlemen? You cannot hear me? My mic's on. Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to speak on the consent calendar items? If not, may I entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar? Consent calendar is for the minutes. Items for 1, 2, 1 and 2. You're welcome.
I'll second your motion, Chairperson.
Oh, we didn't have enough. Do you want to make the motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes. And we need a second, right? Yeah.
I'll second.
Call for the vote?
Chair Guerrero,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Quill, Commissioner Flores,
Yes.
and Commissioner Lewis. Okay, the minutes are approved.
All right, public hearing items. The Planning Commission will first hear a report from staff and then public hearing will be open. The applicant will have an opportunity to speak. Next, members of the public will be allowed to speak. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak must be sworn in and also fill out a request to speak form. The forms are located on the table near the door. When your name is called, come forward and speak into the microphone, say and spell your name, and give your address for the taped record. After all have spoken, the applicant will be allowed to respond. The public hearing will then be closed and the Planning Commission will begin deliberations and make a decision. All actions except general plan amendments and amendments to the Municipal Development Code are final action unless an appeal is filed and fee paid within 15 days to the Community Development Department. If you challenge the resultant action of the Planning Commission in court, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at the public hearing described in this agenda, or in written correspondence delivered to the Community Development Department at or prior to the public hearing. And if we can have staff report from item number 3, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. For the group, my name is Elizabeth Mora Rodriguez, and I'm a senior planner here with the Planning Division. For item number 3, this was a part of our discussion action item. Item number 3 originally came to the Planning Commission on the January 10th meeting, and a decision was made to deny the proposed project for subdivision 22-08. And the conditional use permit 22-12 and minor exception 22-04. And review of the concerns that were brought by the planning commissioners, the concerns were associated with the land use that was attached to the conditional use permit, as well as the minor exception. There was no concerns associated with the subdivision, which is the merging of all the 7 lots into one parcel. For that reason, the staff was unable to make findings for the denial of the subdivision, but we were able to make findings based off the Commission's concerns for the conditional use permit and the minor exception. For this reason, we are bringing forth a new resolution, two new resolutions. The first resolution is for the approval of the subdivision, which was to consolidate all the 7 different parcels into one parcel. And the second resolution was for the denial of the conditional use permit and minor exception, which is associated with the development of the project there. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Yes, thank you. This is for the storage unit there off of Highland and, or was, that's the same location?
Correct, sir. Correct,
Okay.
sir.
And so is there any proposed developers looking at that property currently to do something other than that?
Not at the moment.
So why would we want to change the parcel size?
And as it relates to us being a staff, us being able to do findings of fact for any proposed project, there has to be reasons provided in order for us to be able to do that as part of the process. When concerns were brought up in association with the proposed project, they were as it relates to the land use, which is the establishment of the mini storage facility. No concerns were brought in association with allowing for the merging of the lots.
I would also just add that, as Elizabeth pointed out, we can't make the findings to deny the adjustment in land for the map. But I will say that it also could benefit future development opportunities by consolidating the lots into a larger cohesive lot. It doesn't authorize the use of the self-storage facility. It doesn't do that. It doesn't, facilitate that any more than the 7 lots anyway. So they would still have to go through a conditional use permit process for that use. So it doesn't authorize that. It's just simply consolidating the lots. So it would be beneficial just for future commercial development anyway.
And so if then you condense all of those into one large parcel, would not that kind of make it ideally suited for some large conglomerate to come in there instead of maybe, I don't know, some smaller businesses or a number of different businesses? Because other words, at that point, you'd have to break it down again. If there was somebody that wanted to build there, they would just say, oh, that parcel's too big, I can't operate there. I mean, I'm just saying, if we do, I mean, I don't see the urgency to combine them if nobody's, if it's just sitting there.
The combined lot total is 2.43 acres. So we're not talking about a very large property.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Is the development across the street from the Enterprise Building and the school district or right next door to it? There are 2 empty lots there. One right across the street and one next door on the corner.
Yeah, I believe there is currently 2 vacant properties, parcels near the vicinity of it. I don't remember off the top of my head exactly the exact location.
Either way, it's real close to the Enterprise Building and the school district building.
There's nothing in the code that would preclude the development of the site from occurring with that use. Do you have a concern or question for staff related to that?
Well, this is a double development. It's upstairs and downstairs, right, for the storage units.
Yes, and all that the action is today is just reaffirming your denial of the project. It's where the project does not, it's not brought to you for discussion again. It's brought to you for just reaffirming that what you commented on January 10th is reflected in the resolution for denial of the CUP for the self-storage facility. So we're not proposing that at this point.
If I may also clarify the concerns that were brought up by the commission of that meeting. It was, the proposed land use, essentially the mini storage facility would create a saturation of similar non-retail uses on a major retail commercial corridor. Highland was brought, to the attention that it's a major commercial corridor. So essentially having a mini storage facility, it would, create a saturation of those types of facilities there because there's already some existing within the area. Another comment that was brought was that the mini storage facility is not compatible to other retail uses on a major commercial retail corridor because essentially it doesn't have any retail components associated with it. Another comment was that the proposed land use design, how the building essentially is designed and the architecture is an industrial in nature and not compatible with commercial retail uses along the major commercial corridor. So based off those concerns, staff put together findings of denial for the denial of the conditional use permit and minor exception, which is essentially what would permit the development of the mini storage facility.
Could you give me an example list of commercial uses that would go through a ministerial process, so wouldn't need our approval on planning commission on this zoning?
Yes, I can definitely. So essentially, the consolidation, as an example, a consolidation of parcels. If somebody wanted to come in and you had multiple parcels with the same commercial zone designation, they could, at staff level, combine the parcels. That's something that is allowed per not only our development code, but also per the Subdivision Map Act, which governs, federal and state regulations. So they are able to do it, and they're following that guideline. It doesn't, the combination of the parcels doesn't allow the use. It's a separate component. That would be an example of that. But we attach all the applications together because it's part of the major development. But in the concerns that were brought into staff level, there was nothing associated with the subdivision. It was all associated with the use in itself. So we were not able to make findings for denial of the subdivision.
So I guess I am to understand that it is just coincidental that the consolidation of these parcels and the item concerning the storage facility just happened to come together at the same time. It was nothing.
Correct. It was just a matter of processing, and it was just a matter of making sure that we followed the process correctly. If somebody initially comes in and wants to combine parcels and they have the same zone designation, same commercial zone designation, they're able to do that at a staff level review.
Yes.
And I will add too that any development that involves multiple parcels, we require them to consolidate the lots into one parcel so they can develop it without crossing property lines with a building and so on. So it's one cohesive development. So in this case, yes, the map is to consolidate the lots is necessary to accommodate the development, but it doesn't authorize the development, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's just that if they've been separate parcels for how long now? And I mean, how do we arrive at just knowing that it's beneficial to consolidate all these parcels?
So
and we
there,
don't even have a developer to say, yeah, that's a great idea, or no, we don't. How do we just do that? I mean, I understand we can do it, but what's the we point in there?
sometimes there's like economical benefit to, allow for larger developments. We want bigger developments in the city. We have as an example, we have big commercial strip malls in where, the goal is to get these parcels consolidated and substantially at the same time, each of them have their own individual pads. So that way we can have a cohesive, possibility of doing multiple development. We have our standards essentially want bigger parcels so that way they can accommodate the bigger, larger types of, commercial retail developments in the area. It's something that's beneficial in the long term, economically speaking. Maybe essentially not all uses are desirable, but it is important to have a consolidation of the parcels if we want bigger commercial retail types of developments in the city. Usually our intent is never to just combine parcels. We always want a development attached to that. In this scenario, the situation was that, they needed to combine in order to do this development. But when we were brought the concerns regarding why the denial, it was only associated with the use, which is associated with our conditional use permit application and the minor exceptions. It's not associated with the subdivision. So that's where us as staff are not able to create findings based on those concerns. So we're just trying to go through the process right now and present that to you.
Okay, thank you.
There are two staff recommendations here. Can you explain the difference between these two recommendations?
Yes, so essentially the first recommendation would be to do the approval of the subdivision 22-08 for tentative parcel map 20628, which is to consolidate the 7 parcels into one based on the staff findings. All the conditions, all the findings are just in association with the combination of the parcels of the lot into one. And then the second recommendation is to ratify the denial that was received on the January 10th meeting for the conditional use permit 22-12 and minor exception 22-04. And that is for the actual use. All the findings of fact that are in the report are in association, are addressing the concerns and are imposed in there for for you to review and concur that that is what those are the concerns that were brought in. Sorry about that. So essentially it's one, to do the approval for, our staff recommendation is to move forward with the approval of the subdivision and also ratify the denial for the conditional use permit and the minor exception. The conditional use permit and the minor exception are tied together and they are associated with the use, which is the mini storage. The subdivision is just for the consolidation of the parcels, and it won't allow for, it's not saying that by you approving the subdivision, you're immediately allowing the conditional use permit. They're split. So essentially that's what we're bringing forward, is those two resolutions, one for the approval of the subdivision. And then one to ratify the denial that was made on the January 10th meeting for the conditional use permit for the mini storage.
Thank you.
Just a question. Since we're consolidating into one large parcel, 7 parcels into one large parcel, would it be harder to get a developer to come in and do something with that versus, say, 2 smaller parcels? I don't know.
It's a more challenging to get individuals to come and develop on smaller parcels because of the specific standards that we have and requirements that we have. As for an example, we have a lot of requirements for landscaping. We have requirements for street improvements and dedications that eat into the parcel. We have road improvements, parking requirements for whatever's coming in. So it is a lot more challenging to allow development on smaller parcels. And that's why we have a situation where we have a lot of small parcels that are vacant for many years because they're not able to consolidate to be able to meet our standards in terms of our development for our city.
All right, so if we can go ahead and, being that there's no other comments or discussion, if we can entertain a motion, please. Oh, yes,
Madam
ma'am.
Chairwoman, we should accept any public comment from those in the audience.
Yes, you have.
Yeah, Councilwoman Keller?
Yes, thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you all for your service. I truly appreciate it. So regarding this item, and yes, remembering on January 10th, when you all did deny the development, I'm wondering just why wasn't the separation, including all parcels and making them one, addressed that evening? It seems that would have been already resolved had they addressed that to us, and so I wasn't very happy with that. Nor am I happy with the fact that this development came about sometime in November while I have been asking Planning Commission, Economic Development, to please make me aware of all of the permits that were being pulled inside of Ward 6 because one, there is an MOU that was established in 1983 where the city has with the Northwest PAC, and that is part of the agreement. While that agreement has not been upheld since I've been in office, though, I have been asking with the Planning Department and Economic Development, please make me aware of any permits that are being pulled because I would like to see a strategic plan for economic development being presented for Ward 6 because we are the least economically developed ward in the city with a lot to offer, particularly on the Highland Corridor. We want to make sure that as we are creating our general plan and our strategic plan, which we know how long that's been outdated, that we are not just hodgepodging anywhere in our street. It's how I believe and feel for the 40th Street corridor as well, our Mount Vernon and our Waterman corridor, that we can't afford to just place things, in certain areas while the general plan is also being developed. We must look at this with a full scope, a broader vision in order to make the city be what it is that community members spent a year and a half with giving their time and coming down, giving their comments on what they want to see the city look like. That's number two. Number three, in putting the parcels together, it's not that I really have a problem with that, but I would have liked for 3.2 to state that we were denying the self-storage in itself. It just lists that. I'm not looking at the backup information. I'm sorry that I did not do that, but I want to make sure that it does state that, because in creating that, we know that we're looking at something huge that they're going to be planning to bring to that site, right? We want to know then what that is ahead of time. Is there a developer that's already attached to that property? Because then I want to know that information as being the representative for that ward as well. So these are the things that I would like for you to then ask staff for those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, go ahead.
Treasurer?
I want to make sure I exclude Elizabeth and David from this comment. I'm asking you not to trust any of the information that you just heard. because that's the least transparent possible. When you guys first heard this item, you were never presented with the consolidation of the parcels. I've watched the video, I've reviewed it. There's a reason for that. And for anybody to stand up and tell you, oh, this is just easier for develop, they put this in a special meeting with 24 hours notice for you guys to be able to consolidate these lots. It's not a special item. They knew it wasn't a special item, but there's probably a developer behind it. The owner probably has someone else that wants to build something else. And that is so non-transparent and unethical. If someone wants to build here and they want to build something bigger like a storage unit, they should have to come back to the Planning Commission and present it the same way that this was presented. You didn't miss anything. You weren't presented with it on purpose. And now it's coming back as, oh, there's a denial. And let's just prepare because smaller lots are hard to develop on. That's ridiculous. You're trying to build a car wash in every small lot that we have. If there's a will, there's a way. But let's not be hoodwinked into now when all of a sudden, 6 months, you're going to say, hey, they want to build another warehouse in the 6th Ward. Hey, they want to build a quick quack car wash right there because you have 7 consolidated 2 acres. Why not look to build a fire station? Why not look to bring some development? How about consulting with your council person and your community? Please, I hear it and I don't like it because it's not true. And their records, the city's records and videos show that you guys were not given the information publicly. It was in your backup, but you never discussed it and there was a reason for it. Thank you.
Brent?
Good evening, Madam Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. Brent McManigal with Fenimore representing Safe Store. My only comment tonight is on the subdivision map and just provide a little bit of clarity. This parcel, they are being consolidated. And one of the challenges on this parcel, and we understand the self-storage unit has been denied, or if you approve the resolution, will be denied tonight. But as you let me go back, there were 2 buildings on that parcel. And in the middle of the parcel going from south to north, there is a very large access easement that benefits the properties to the north. So any future development on here would have to honor that access agreement. And that was one of the challenges that Safe Store had in designing that. So even though this is a consolidation, it was presented at the Planning Commission meeting, there are some challenges with the easements that exist out there that really make this function as 2 separate parcels in the long run for any developer out there. And with that, we just would ask that you approve the 2 resolutions so the project can just can move down the road. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? You had something? Oh, yes.
Since Safe Store is here, what are your plans, your future plans for this site? You're not going to get the storage. So what are your future plans on a large parcel?
Safe storage, to my knowledge, we not had that discussion. We've just been watching the process go and looking for the resolutions. I don't know that they have, I mean, they don't own the property. So it'd be up to the other ones. They have the ability to purchase it. They're under contract to purchase it. But right now, I think everyone's just waiting to see how this plays out. So that was it. Thank you.
So again, we're going from 7 parcels to 1. Why don't we go down to 2 so we can? I mean, if we have someone that wants to develop it, they can purchase the 2 properties, and we know what's going on. I'm just reluctant to combine all 7 now because we don't have a good history here. I'm reluctant to combine all 7.
So I think staff is challenged in, again, making the findings to require that they only consolidate it to 2 parcels. We're sort of held to the state subdivision map act and our ability to dictate how the land is consolidated or subdivided. So, you know, although I understand your concern, the staff's ability to do that is we don't really have that ability, I guess.
So who does own the property? We know the developer, but who owns the property? That's, I don't think that's an out of the way question. Is it there? Who owns the property? Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
If I may, the owner of the property is Anabi William N. and Nellie N. Living Trust.
And I will say it's typical for applicants, developers to be under contract to purchase a property and not be the owner of the property going through an entitlement process. That's completely normal.
Okay, anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Commissioners? We're good? Okay. Go ahead and.
There are two resolutions for your consideration. I'd recommend taking a motion, second, and vote on each of them separately.
Okay, thank you. If we can go ahead and get a motion and second on recommendation 3.1.
I motion to approve on item, the recommendation 3-1.
Okay, I'll second. Call for the vote.
Chair Guerrero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Vice Chair Armstead, Commissioner Lopez, Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Quill, Commissioner Flores,
No.
Commissioner Lewis.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So
If I may, since that failed to pass, if we could ask for specific findings from the Planning Commission on why you're denying the subdivision. So if we could go through in the resolution 2023, the draft resolution in your packet, 2023-012 PC. Under section 3, you'll see findings, and you have to find at least one in the negative of the following findings. So finding number 1, the proposed map is consistent with the general plan. Staff found that the proposed subdivision is located in the designated area for commercial uses. The project proposes to consolidate the 7 lots into one, totaling 2.43 acres for the purpose of commercial development. And that's consistent with the general plan policies to, consolidate lots to allow for commercial development. Finding 2 is that the design and improvements of the proposed subdivision is consistent with the general plan. And staff made the findings that it's consistent with general plan land use policy 2.4.4 and general plan community design element goal 5.4. And I'll go through these and then you can have some time to look at them in detail and assist staff in making the findings to deny it. Finding number 3, that the site is physically suitable for the type of development. So we're talking about commercial development in general. We're not talking about the specific use that was proposed. So generally, the commercial general zone is designated for commercial uses, and consolidating the lots doesn't preclude that. Finding number 4, the site is physically suitable for the proposed density of the development. And again, staff made the finding that in the positive that it is consistent. Finding number 5 that we have to make is that the design of the subdivision and the proposed improvements will not cause substantial environmental damage or substantially or avoidably injure fish or wildlife in their habitat. Land division doesn't do that, doesn't have an impact on the land itself. There's no disturbance of the land. It's lines on a map, so we can't make that finding. Finding number 6, the design of the subdivision or type of improvements will not cause serious public health problems. Again, it's lines on a map. It doesn't disturb the land. It doesn't change the zoning of the land or the potential uses of the land. Finding number 7, the design of the subdivision or the type of improvements will not conflict with easements acquired by the public at large for access through or use of property within the proposed subdivision. No, and Public Works, who assists with all of our subdivisions and parcel maps and that sort of thing, will identify through the process any need for rights of way or easements or any of that that's included in any subdivision proposal. So that would be included. So those are the 7 findings of fact that we must make in approving or disapproving a subdivision. And so staff needs assistance. Those are the ones where we said we can't make a finding to deny it. So we need your assistance on which of those you feel cannot be met or is not satisfied.
And are we going to go through that now, correct? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, however you want to go through it, item by item, or we just need some assistance,
Sure.
you know. So we can, because we'll have to return with another resolution for the denial of the subdivision. And we have to include those findings in that resolution. And so that's where we need your assistance.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get clarification from me and public? What design, number 2, I think, design and improvements. Can you clarify what does that mean? I think it was number 2. Number 6, you said type of improvements, and number 2, can you go over that one, clarify that?
Yeah, it says the design and improvements of the proposed subdivision is consistent with the general plan. And so essentially what we look at in that case is, are they creating a parcel that's landlocked? Are they creating a flag lot that has challenging access? Things like that is what we typically look for under that particular finding. In this case, it's a pretty straightforward parcel or lot. So, and then we point to the general plan, and there's 2 specific general plan land use policies that we point to, or a general land use policy and a community design element goal. One of them, policy 2.4.4, states, quote from the general plan, protect large parcels that front onto freeways and commercial corridors from subdivision into smaller parcels. It's doing that. It's consistent with that. General plan community design element goal 5.4 states, quote, ensure individual projects are well designed and maintained. And staff's analysis in the report states that the proposed project consolidates 7 parcels into 1, containing approximately 2.43 acres, conforms with development code standards, design guidelines, and policies specified in the commercial general 1 zone. That's within the development code. And that's consistent with the general plan goal and policy cited 5.4.
You stated that he stated that there's an easement in the middle of that property. Is that in the middle of the property, at the edge of the property, where on the property?
That's within through the property, and as part of that, in doing the subdivision, the consolidation of the parcels, when you do consolidation of parcels and you have easements, you have to maintain those easements. So essentially, you're able to still continue to merge the parcels, but those parcels have to be noted on the tentative, in this case, the tentative parcel map, so that way they stay in place.
So can we split it along the easement I'm asking, I don't know. I don't have a parcel
We're,
map here.
we're not
So I don't
able
know.
to split it along the easement because that's part of the illegal document that's within the title report that binds the property.
Okay, so shall we go one by one on those that denied to state their finding?
If you please.
Can we do that? Okay, so those that denied, we'll go ahead and start. Yes.
Or if
did
I
you
may
have-
ask, can we revote, motion to revote, to reconsider the vote? Can
It
I
has
get
to
a-
be someone that was in the majority. So Jessica, what was the vote count? So it'd have to be one of the 4 that voted no. Only one of those 4 could bring a motion to reconsider.
Can I make a substitute motion?
Commissioner Flores, did you vote yes or no?
No.
And would your motion be to reconsider and vote again?
The motion would be to continue the item.
Okay. The resolution has been denied 4-3. So to continue it would be a moot point because the item has been denied. So unless someone brings a motion to reconsider and then you all vote again and approve it, there's nothing to continue. So what staff needs though to prepare that resolution with findings for denial is they need some findings of fact to make at least one finding in the negative, that it doesn't meet a finding.
So anyone that voted no, willing to reconsider and make a motion? Okay, then you'll be ready to state as to why on those findings, as to why you voted no. Is there a way of putting that slide up so that way they can see a visual?
We don't have that available to put up.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. It is in your packet.
Yes.
On the resolution. It begins on page 3 of the resolution if you have that.
If you don't have a printed copy, you can pull it up on your phone or
If needed,
laptop
we can
or
have someone run copies
run
real quick
copies of
for
it.
you.
That would be great.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Jessica.
Can I ask real quick, how many need a copy? It's 1, 2, 3? Okay.
I have a question on finding number 4. Where it's mentioning proposed density of development, is that just planning language, just referencing the actual subdivision? Or is it referencing the development that was recommended for denial?
This would be specific to the subdivision without taking any specific development under consideration. And again, there's no maximum lot size for the commercial general zone. And so there's a minimum lot size, but not a maximum lot size. So it doesn't violate any maximum lot size standard. We don't have that either. I'm sorry. Again, this was this was just reaffirming a previous denial. It was previously presented. We weren't expecting a long discussion on this. I apologize. Okay. Okay.
If I could remind everyone to please silence their phones. Thank you. Is there a way of knowing anyone in the hall if they're for any of the upcoming items? Once we move past 3, if there's anyone, item number 4, we have quite a few people still in the hallway. Okay. Just so then that way they don't miss an opportunity. No, okay. Thank you, Elizabeth. Okay, now that we've had time to review those stating no, are we ready to move forward and state the finding as to why you denied? Nathan, can you turn that mic off, please?
And I would just clarify too that everyone has a copy. So when you are looking at the section 3 findings, the items labeled finding number 1, finding number 2, those are findings out of our municipal code. And so then the finding of fact are staff's response to those. So the finding number 1, finding number 2, those are set. That language is set. We don't create that language.
Okay. Thank you. Ready? Okay, go right ahead. Turn on your mic, please.
I cite finding number 3. The site is physically suitable for this type of development, that it's not suitable for this type of development.
Can you clarify based on what purpose that would be the finding we need?
Well, it's not consistent with the general plan as I see it. Calling for development in that area, we don't want the storage units there. We want commercial development, and that doesn't necessarily mean for one whole lot to be condensed to subdivisions. And I think maybe they should, when you get some development that is there, then make the decision as to whether to subdivide it or leave it as it is, or to put it together as one.
I understand, but to clarify, self-storage is not part of this discussion.
Okay.
So
Well,
we're only talking about commercial development in general.
In general.
Whatever it is, commercial development. So that's what, when it says development, that's what it's talking about. It's in the CG1 zone, so all uses that are allowed in the CG1 zone.
Not.
So you're saying that the general plan, it's not consistent with the general plan. However, I'll clarify that the general plan designates that property as commercial.
Yes. Will it impede another developer coming and wanting to combine? But if it's a different appropriate development, could we not vote at that time also to combine the lots?
You could, but the item before you you've already denied this item, and so we just need to make the findings so you can do that at a later time.
It is denied for now, is what I'm saying. But it doesn't deny it permanently if in the future there is something that is more appropriate.
If I may, it can potentially set a precedent.
I'm sorry, what?
It could potentially set a precedent for any type of future development wanting to come in.
Potentially sets.
Do you want to look at the list since?
Well, no, that's what I think that the number 3 is saying, that it's not suitable for this type of development.
But just to clarify, it is zone commercial, and it would be a commercial project brought
Correct.
forth.
Correct. It is zone commercial, and the zone in itself would allow for the consolidation of the parcels for commercial development.
So that finding would not be accurate.
Correct. We were unable to make that finding.
And I would just say it's staff's role is to, in situations like this, to ensure that, I guess, to protect the city from potential litigation. And by making a finding that's false, you're potentially putting the city at risk of a lawsuit by doing that. When, especially in this case where the general plan has the property designated as commercial, the lot consolidation would not, it's consistent with the development code, development standards for lot size, for commercial development. And so that's why we're, really challenging this, is really to protect the city in terms of litigation.
A general question. Originally, when this came to us, it was for a storage unit, and it was that whole section, right? It was 7 separate parcels. And he was willing to, whatever it took to develop it on those seven separate parcels. Am I right?
No, this originally came to you on January 10th for the subdivision, conditional use permit, and minor exception, all as one. And the subject, I'm looking at the agenda now, it says a request to allow the consolidation of 7 parcels into one parcel containing a total of approximately 2.43 acres to allow the development, establishment, and operation of a self-storage facility comprised of 2 multi-story buildings containing a total of approximately 109,000 square feet, and approve a 10% increase in building height from 30 feet to 33 feet. That was the agendized item. And
that wasn't my question, though. My question was, when he initially came with that project, it was on this location of 7 parcels. Am I correct?
Yes, but the proposal included the subdivision.
That's still not my question. My question was, when he came to us with those storage units, it was going to encompass all 7 parcels. Am I correct? At that time, in January. At that time.
Only if the subdivision were approved. We wouldn't have processed it without the consolidation.
So if somebody else comes, if we decide we're not going to divide it at this time, and another developer comes and says, hey, I got a great idea for commercial restaurants, whatever, and I'm going to need this whole area. I'm going to need all 7 parcels. They would come to us the same way as this one did. I've got the project. My project requires all these 7 parcels. I'd like to get them consolidated, and we could do it at that time. That's my question.
Yes. But we need findings of fact to deny it tonight so that that can happen.
Yeah, I just have a question here. Finding number 7, finding number 5. They speak about the proposed improvements. I mean, and this is specifically related to the consolidation of these parcels. Are we going to be making improvements? I mean, because that's what it's saying.
No, the resolution is not written for any improvements. This particular resolution is strictly for the subdivision. The language there is right from the municipal code, so we didn't add proposed improvements. That's already there. So since there are no proposed improvements with this resolution, then that particular item wouldn't apply here. We would only be looking at the subdivision.
But I mean, that kind of, I mean, I understand, and we don't want to get into playing a bunch of word games, but it says proposed improvements. How can you have proposed improvements when you don't have a contractor or a builder or a plan or anything? So we're just ignore those 2 words. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Just ignore it. It doesn't exist. We're just looking at the subdivision or what?
I think you could interpret the word proposed to mean something or nothing. And in this case, it means nothing because there's no proposed improvements. But these are the findings that have to be made per the municipal code. That's why you see those words there.
Right.
I like try number 7.
Yeah. No. Real quick. I'm gonna just tell you. I'm not real big on all the legalese and all this stuff right here. What I'm saying is, do we just generally go through the city and consolidate parcels? I mean, if you came to me and you said, okay, look, we've done some big research. What we found out is that there seems to be a trend for larger lots or something like that. So we want to look in our city and see where we can consolidate these lots without violating any of the easements and all this stuff. I mean, if that was if there was a consolidated effort to consolidate across the board, and that we had some research, some findings that said, yes, this is what is good for our city, then yay, we would, it would. But this smells funny, man. It just does. I'm sorry, and I know that. Let me ask you, Vice Chair Armstead made a comment that posed the question, hey, we can consolidate this at any time, right? So what? I mean, we don't even have a developer on site at this point, being that the storage facility was. Why even bother it? Let's wait until a viable a builder, developer comes in and says, hey, we want to do X, Y, and Z. And at that time, we can look at consolidating it. Right? I mean, because it costs money to consolidate this, doesn't it? And where did that money come from? Because there's no developer there now. So who's paying for that?
So there's a few questions in there, I think. To answer your last question, the applicant has already paid for the subdivision and the conditional use permit and minor exception. They have to pay a fee to apply to the city, and that allows staff to do our analysis.
Okay. May I ask then, if they've already paid for this, to consolidate, correct?
Correct. As part of their application packet.
Okay, starting to come clear to me now. There's a lot of undercurrent here, sir. Respectfully, I just tell you, it just is. You know,
I think.
I know it's not. Yeah, I know it's not your.
If I may, Commissioner
you may.
Lewis, at this point, essentially what we're saying is as staff,
Mm-hmm.
when concerns were brought to us,
Mm-hmm.
the concerns were associated with the land use, with the mini storage facility.
Right.
The mini storage facilities are allowed in commercial zones subject to a CUP. The CUPs come to the Planning Commission for consideration. So when we got the proposed project not only included the development, which is the mini storage facility under the CUP, but essentially also brought the merging of these parcels through a tentative parcel map, which is allowed by the Subdivision Map Act, which is a federal regulation that we have to abide by. When we brought the project to you, we brought it to you as a combined item because the CUPs come to the Planning Commission. When the concerns were brought to us, it was only in association with the use, the mini storage, which is subject to the CUP. Essentially, the minor exception was attached to that CUP because it had to do with the structure itself, the building. The subdivision, we were not able to find findings for the subdivision because it's a allowable, regulation that's allowed federally to be able to consolidate parcels or subdivide parcels as long as they meet, city's general plan policies and general plan elements, and as long as they meet our development code standards and are in compliance with the Subdivision Map Act that we have to implement through our code. So we were not able to find any findings to be able to deny it. So that's why we had to split both of the applications. So we had to split them so that way we have the subdivision for that recommendation for approval and the CUP and the minor exception for the ratification of that denial. At this point, we understand that you're still in objection of the approval for the subdivision, so we need you as the commissioners to provide us finding as to why you're saying no to being able to consolidate a set of land together that is in compliance with the Subdivision Map Act, with our general plan and our development code standards per commercial development.
Well, I can tell you personally I shouldn't say personal, because from my viewpoint, my reason would be that I don't trust that that's all it is to this. I'm just put it out there. I just don't, and maybe that's not one of the.
No, I completely understand where you're coming from.
May I ask?
Yes, you may, sir.
Prior to the self-storage developer bringing their proposal and getting on and being on the agenda to erect that business there, was staff thinking about consolidating this 7 parcels prior to them coming?
That's not something that staff was going to initiate because it's not a city-owned property. It is a privately owned property. So it was brought in as part of the overall project development.
Right.
So it was not something that us as staff is able to initiate because it's not a city-owned property, it's a
Okay.
privately owned property.
All right, the Anabi William the Living Trust, the actual owner.
Those are the owners,
Yes.
correct?
Did they request that these parcels be?
They're part of the application process, correct? So whatever, as previously mentioned by David, there are, when there's private sales occurring outside of, so the city, there's set agreements in terms of property owners and new potential buyers that they'll go through a city process. So essentially, the property owner is aware that this consolidation could potentially happen if, he's able to move forward with the sale of his property.
So regardless, I mean, self-storage, we know that will not happen, but the property itself can still consolidate.
Correct.
I perfectly understood.
Correct.
My problem with that is, why are we consolidating something when we don't know what's going to be there?
Because the property owner has the legal right to do so.
Okay.
And we have,
that's a reason.
We have an obligation to approve it.
Okay, so the property owner requested that approval, or requested that consolidation, and they don't necessarily have to have a reason for that, right? Or is that as a result of the storage company saying, hey, we want to build here, but it's 7 parcels?
I can't speak on behalf of the property owner applicant, but typically it's not frequent, but we will get either subdivisions or consolidations without a project. That it happens.
Oh, sure.
And
this one just
they could withdraw this application just to move this along, or if we make a finding to deny it, that we could do that, and then they could come in at a later date and request it, and it would be a staff approval. And we wouldn't have any reason to deny it. We wouldn't have that ability legally.
Right. So basically, this is already, in a way, this is already set, because unless we find that one of your, is it 7? One of your 7 reasons here, I'm sorry, findings of facts.
First of all, they're not mine.
They're not
staff's.
yours.
There's municipal codes. There's the cities.
It's not yours. I understand that. But you're saying that, I mean, these 7 findings of facts, at least one of them have to be not true.
Correct.
Okay, so if we find that, I mean, and it is not a matter of whether it's not true in my opinion or anybody's, it needs to be not true.
Yeah, we need to point to something specific, either in the general plan or the development code or somewhere else in the municipal code, or some other basis where we can make the finding in the negative.
Pick one. Okay.
Commissioner Lewis, are you okay? We're going to proceed with Commissioner Flores, please.
From what I'm hearing, it sounds like we're legally tied, since so I'd like to continue the rest of the meeting, so I'll reconsider my vote to move this along.
So then you would make a new motion.
So a recount of the original motion vote, right?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Forrest, could you say that again? What is it that you would like to do?
Do a recount of the vote, and I'll be voting.
And okay, so you were originally no, you would like to change your vote to yes? Okay, so the procedure to do that is someone would have to make a motion to reconsider. That motion has to be seconded. We have to take a roll call vote. It has to pass by a majority vote. If it does pass, then Commissioner Flores, you can make the motion to approve the resolution.
So I'll make a motion to reconsider.
I'll second.
we have to vote on
So
that
we have to
first.
vote on this one first. So Chair Guerrero?
Yes.
Votes yes. Vice Chair Armstead? Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia? Commissioner Quill? Commissioner Flores?
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis? Okay, so we have majority wants to revote then.
And now, Commissioner Flores, if you would still like to make the motion to approve, you could do that now.
Okay, I'll make the motion to approve item 3.1.
Okay, second.
Okay, so Chair Guerrero, how do you vote?
Yes.
That's Vice Chair Armstead? Commissioner Lopez? Yes. Commissioner Garcia? Commissioner Quill? Commissioner Flores?
Yes.
And Commissioner Lewis. Okay, so now majority says yes, it approved.
For the record, what is the breakdown of the vote?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5-2, sorry.
5-2. Okay, thank you.
So then going on to recommendation 3-2.
I'll make a motion to approve the denial of conditional use permit.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. All right, so Chair Guerrero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Vice Chair Armstead, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez? Commissioner Garcia? Yeah.
Sorry, can you re-clarify recommendation 3.2, what we're voting on here?
Yeah, so recommendation 2, this is to ratify the denial that was on the January 10th meeting. So staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt resolution number 2023-006 denying conditional use permit 22-12 and minor exception 22-04 based on findings of fact, and that is to thereby not allow the development, establishment, and operation of a self-storage facility comprised of 2 multi-story buildings containing a total of approximately 109,000 square feet, and denying a 10% increase in building height from 30 feet to 33 feet located at the project site of 1534 West Highland Avenue.
And if I may, just to put a finer point on it, the self-storage project was denied in January. This motion is, do you agree with the reasons in the resolution for the findings for denial?
So if I may, so if I vote no, I would say I'm in favor of a self-storage. I guess that's where I'm a little confused.
You would, if you voted no, you would be saying, I don't agree with the findings for denial.
Okay, so Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
You vote yes?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Quill? Vote no. Okay, Commissioner Flores?
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis? Yes, okay. So it's, motion passes 6-1.
I believe so. If this item has already moved on and Commissioner Armstead still has a question.
You can ask your question.
Yes. Just a general question. Since we no longer have the self-storage unit and we're consolidating this under the same developer, which is a storage developer, that's what you do. Obviously, you must have a plan on what you are bringing to the table later. And that's a statement, that's a question. I know it's already passed, but that is a statement. It's really weird, and it really smells that the storage developer is still representing the owner to develop something in the future. It's a statement, but we're watching.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 4, please. Staff?
Yeah, thank you. Item number 4 is also a ratification of a previous denial. from the January 10th meeting. On January 10th, the Planning Commission denied the city's recommendation to amend the development code as it relates to temporary use permits. It was our long discussion about crushing and other temporary uses related to construction yards. You denied that on January 10th after a number of meetings. Staff prepared a resolution to back up the findings that you pointed out on that meeting. The 5 findings and concerns you expressed during that were that you questioned the need to allow for on-site crushing. You questioned the benefit to the city to allow for on-site crushing. You expressed concerns about the city's handling of specific problem properties in the past. You identified a lack of city staffing and expertise to manage and enforce the permits, and you expressed concerns about potential health risks of airborne crystalline silica as a result from on-site crushing, and pointing to reports from the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health. And so staff prepared a resolution stating all of those findings that you provided at that meeting, and that's what's before you today is just approving the denial to reaffirm what you already decided. And that's resolution 2023-007.
I'm sorry. So, yeah, and you did a great job on writing that up and getting it ready and everything. But I've detected another little issue with that. It is in the language of, let's go to, well, it's under their ratification, but it's the recommendations, the way it's written up. Basically, in that recommendation of to adopt resolution 2023-007, we're forwarding a recommendation to the mayor and city council that the status to maintain the status quo. Stop right there. That's not what I was intending to do, because the status quo is what got us. So the city council did some TUPs that included, I don't know, they did some, they allowed some crushing to go on. Our residents, our citizens says, hey, what's going on? We're gagging, we're coughing, there's dust everywhere, whatever. Then the city council says, you know what? We're hearing what they're saying. Let's send this to the planning commission and have them come up with some regulations, some guidelines for this crushing. You really encouraged us to dig into that. And as we did, we found out this is not good. So we wanted to deny I believe Albert at the beginning gave us 3 things that we could do with their sending it to us. One was to deny, one was to come together on the regulations or whatever. If we send this back just the way we have it in those 5, we go right back to where it's essentially nothing changed from when the city council sent it to the planning commission. It goes right back to where we were, right?
So those are great comments, Commissioner Lewis. I'd like to clarify, when we say status quo, we are referring to what is in place right now. So the existing resolution, which is the status quo, prevents on-site crushing within 1,000 feet of residential. And I also add that our municipal code also says it is silent on the issue, which we have interpreted that crushing on-site is not allowed. So when we say maintain the status quo, we are saying what is in place right now. And as you read further into the recommendation, maintain the status quo, which means leave in place the existing policies that prevent on-site crushing,
right,
and deny what staff had presented to you in terms of potential alternatives to that temporary use permit. So that is what we mean by status quo. We are not saying to go back to the pre-resolution. We are saying you are adopting, or you're basically affirming that you want the existing resolution, which is in place right now, in essence, the status quo, to stay in place.
But our resolution there was it was a code. It was an amendment to chapter.
It was, and you are denying that by adopting this resolution. So if the Planning Commission were to, in the affirmative, say, yes, we agree with staff's recommendation, you are stating affirmatively that you want to maintain the status quo, which says you cannot crush within 1,000 feet of a residential site, and that you are also denying the development code amendment, which you guys considered over, I believe, 5 separate meetings.
Right. This chapter 1931, I have it here. I can't find that language in there anywhere. It's not there. It doesn't say anything about crushing at all.
So
it talks about a lot of things, but concrete crushing ain't one of them.
We're going to take a look at that real quick, sir.
The language about crushing was on October 21st, 2020 at the Mayor's City Council meeting. They approved Resolution 2020-265, and in our previous meetings, this was always included in the staff report and background information. It's not provided today because, again, this is just the ratification of your denial. We understand your denial. And so it was that Resolution 2020-265, which outlined 4 specific things related to contractors' construction yards. Number 1 was stockpiles of building materials shall only be permitted in conjunction with the issuance by the city of a grading permit or building permit. 2 was stockpiles of building materials shall consist only of finished materials ready for grading and construction. 3 was no TUP may be issued to permit the crushing or grinding of unfinished raw materials such as rock, concrete, or similar at a residentially zoned site or in any other zone within 1,000 feet of a residentially zoned property. And 4th, if a TUP is issued permitting the crushing or grinding of unfinished raw materials such as rock, concrete, or similar, city staff shall condition the TUP in such manner to address the public health, safety, and welfare. Such conditions shall, among others, address dust mitigation, noise mitigation, site security, and compliance with all applicable air quality and water quality standards. That's straight from the City Council resolution.
Yeah, I get that, and I remember hearing that now, but I don't want to even go back to that. I don't want to go back to that. That's under those regulations, we still had our citizens having issues and problems with this.
So that's in place now. That wasn't the Planning Commission's purview to undo a City Council resolution. Staff was responding to that resolution by bringing you our best effort to address their issues with some staff recommended additions. We worked it out. You didn't agree with staff's recommended changes, but you did provide a lot of great input to draft a lot of great regulations that really took what City Council asked staff to do and enhance them. But ultimately, you decided to deny that proposed development code amendment. Therefore, this resolution by City Council still stays in place, and that's what's meant by status quo.
Yeah, but that allows concrete crushing within 1,000 feet.
Sir, I guess
did I miss something?
I'm trying to understand your question. So the resolution currently prohibits citywide crushing within 1,000 feet of residential properties.
So if they're 1,010 feet.
Well, again, you know, the resolution was written before my time and David's. I can tell you definitively there's nothing in the code that specifically allows crushing on site. There's nothing in the code, and we have taken the position, and our attorney has affirmed that if it's not in the code, it's not allowed. So the resolution that Dave referenced prohibits crushing within 1,000 feet of residential, and staff has affirmed for you that since it's not in the code, anywhere in this community, it is also not allowed.
We can't just put that in there, in writing, where we can see it and say, hey, it's not allowed.
So again, the exercise for tonight, last time we were here, you told us definitively after going through this exercise over 5 meetings that although we had some good ideas, ultimately you rejected those. And so we are here tonight to affirm your rejection of all of those and again, legally to maintain the status quo. That is your recommendation to City Council. You do not want what's in place to change.
Okay, and clarifying what's in place is within 1,000 feet.
So what's in place right now, which governs us, is that resolution, which says definitively you cannot crush any materials, amongst other things that Dave articulated, within 1,000 feet of residential, anywhere in the city. Again, that is the status quo we are referring to. And that was what we felt the message that you were conveying, that although you considered all these alternatives, at the end of the day, you want what is in place right now to stay. You do not want that to change. And that is your recommendation to City Council.
Okay, you're right, except it's always about getting clarity on things it's what's not being said. If you're prohibiting any crushing within 1,000 feet of a residential area, but there's no language that says, well, at 120 feet you could crush, or 1,020 feet you could crush. I mean, that it just kind of leaves the door just wagging, like, anybody can walk in on that. And that's not what we intended, respectfully. I really just didn't want to see any more of this crushing stuff. But.
Yeah, I totally agree. It leaves some ambiguity, right? I mean, you've gotten the commitment from the director that we're not allowing it currently, but new staff could be open to interpretation. I understand that concern. Staff gets direction from City Council through the City Manager's office. So if the City Council agrees with you that there's ambiguity, they could direct staff to bring forward a different development code amendment that addresses your concern, that just clearly prohibits crushing anywhere in the city, anytime, no matter what. But that has to come from them. One of the options was to just stick with what City Council asked us to do, which implies that they were open to the idea of crushing outside of 1,000 feet. Otherwise, they would have also said no crushing anywhere in the city. So staff brought that recommendation to you, but through our workshops, it grew, and so you denied that. I don't know, I might look to the city attorney's office if there's an opportunity for you to somehow direct staff to come back with a different resolution that directs, provides your feedback to City Council.
I concur with Dave's initial comments that what the council did is they put forth a proposal towards you. And so your work is to say yay or nay to what they proposed. They want you to evaluate it, look into it, and then give them a recommendation on what they sent to you. But what they did not send to you is to add some language in the code that would clearly ban all crushing. They did not do that. But Dave is right. If the council directed separately for you to look at that, then at a later date, that could be accomplished, but it has to come from the council. The work for tonight is to make sure that staff has accurately captured your reasons for denial in the resolution relative to the original proposal that came to you from the council. Then it will be up to them to decide if they agree with your recommendation or not. They could choose differently.
So we have the.
What happened to didn't we have that option at one time
If I ever mentioned the word ban, it was in the context of the proposal that came from the council. So if the council proposal said we want to allow A, B, and C, and I said one of your options is say no, we don't want any of it.
Okay.
So in order to get a total ban, we need to get direction from the council. Is that what you're saying? Right now, it's anything over 1,000, anything under 1,000 feet, there's no crushing or grinding. But if it's over 1,000, it's allowed unless we get direction from the council to make it an outright ban. Am I correct?
So let me clarify something that Nathan mentioned. The code is silent to allow crushing. Staff has interpreted that, and I concur, that it is not prohibited anywhere because the code is silent on it, and silence means prohibition. The resolution that Nathan mentioned, that's adding some specificity, but it doesn't, legally speaking, it doesn't necessarily add more protection than the fact that the code is silent. So like Commissioner Lewis, you want to say, well, let's affirmatively say it's prohibited. That's what the resolution does. But from a legal interpretation, because the code is silent, it is currently prohibited. So to take the additional step, not just to have a resolution, but to have it in the code that is affirmatively in text prohibited, we would need council direction to direct staff to come to you and to make that proposal.
In our length of time that we spent dealing with this crushing project, we brought up a lot of other issues that I feel are important for the city council to also recognize. And one of those is that our surrounding communities do not allow it for for the same reasons we probably shouldn't allow it. So I think we still have the door open a little bit for discussion, but I'd like to see a way to shut that door if it's possible. I think that's where we're going with this. When you spend 5 months dealing with it, we brought up a lot of issues, and it sounded like we're just going back with 5 of the simple issues. So I don't know if that's something we might want to add on to. And also, we're dealing right now with the rental stuff. I'm recognizing staff is bringing us a lot of information on that. I personally feel as though staff did not provide a lot of information to us about the concrete crushing. A lot of that we had to dig and find on our own. So I think that's important to let the council know too. So there was a lot of effort put into it. So that's my point. Thank you.
Okay, you explained what you have so far. Let me express an incident that I came across in January. On-site crushing and grinding. It's not supposed to be allowed. It was a rainy and windy day at the north end of San Bernardino. The contractor developer had been told, go ahead. I've got the emails. Go ahead, you can do this. There was your office, we called, it took an hour and a half for someone to come down to us and help us deal with it. I was there. We had another member there. There's no oversight. And the contractor developer was told to go ahead, even though we said no. And even though you're saying it's implicit that there's no crushing and grinding allowed, it happened on on a windy and rainy day. So what's to prevent all that dust to blow past 1,000 feet? What's to prevent it? Obviously, nobody from staff was there to prevent it. The contractor wasn't preventing it. There was nothing going on with the contractor. He was just there pounding away until we told him to stop. So that's our concern. My concern is, how many years do we have Oxbow? 4 years, 5 years now, and that's still not resolved? So don't tell me it won't happen again. It's going to happen again because we don't have anything in place. So if we have to go back to council, we will. But we want a total denial, however that works, because there's no consideration of the citizens and who benefits. The developer doesn't live here. They don't have to deal with it. The contractor doesn't live here. The city doesn't get, you know, any tax benefits from on-site crushing. So what's the benefit to us? There is none. There's nothing for us. If it was really great, Redlands would have kept their Amazon crap. But obviously something's wrong because we got it. So thank you.
Okay, look, let me just add this in so that we can move forward with this. I move that we go ahead and ratify your reasons. I mean, we don't have a choice. Well, we don't. We don't, because if we don't ratify it, then what happens to this item on the agenda?
If you don't adopt a resolution, if you don't adopt the resolution ratifying your decision, then it would go forward to council, but with no findings for denial. And so the resolution contains your comments from the January meeting, translated into findings for denial.
But it is not, it's not dead on arrival there, because now this is where we have to get at our council members and start getting some necks and backs involved, so to speak, and say, hey, look, we don't want this. We need to, because they have to originate certain efforts to do stuff like that. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. But at this point, I don't know. We'll. It's better than.
David, this is Ivan. I was wondering if you could just rephrase or just re-summarize what we agreed to in our workshop back in December, because I'm in favor for on-site grinding. I know that we talked about TUP permits, SECA permits, SWIP permits, and we had lengthy workshops. I believe this is a gateway opportunity for development within our city. And like we said, I think the current ordinance is very vague. There's really nothing there. So I'm in favor. So I just want to get clarification. If I vote no tonight, that means that the denial does not move forward. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. A denial would not ratify the decision made in January. The decision made in January by the Planning Commission majority was to deny the recommendation for the regulations for crushing. And I'm looking at the previous staff report for this item to summarize it for you.
If I recall correctly, the majority of the staff here, you know, the commissioners, agreed to what was stated in the workshop in previous meetings as well. So I'm not sure why now we're voting against it. So I just wanted to get clarification on that.
Commissioner Garcia, you were absent at the January meeting where ultimately it was denied, but it was denied unanimously by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 commissioners. So Commissioner Morales was here the night too. So all except yourself, because you were absent, voted to deny it. Chairwoman, at some point, whenever
We'll
you
go
like,
ahead and-
we also should accept public comment.
Okay. I think before we go ahead, do we have, okay, let's go ahead and start with.
We have a Dave Brown first.
And by chance, if you were a late arrival and didn't get to take the administration of oath, Jessica will go ahead and take care of that. Thank you.
Good evening. I want to thank you and commend you on the findings that you came up with on the grinding. The other day, I got this in the mail. It's from, I guess it's from some attorneys or whatever. And it's talking about wildfires and all the contaminants that's in the air, shows pictures, it describes everything. And with that, I'm wondering, what about Oxbow? If this is a concern, what about Oxbow? I live 3, maybe 4 blocks from Oxbow. Okay, I have a very big problem with COPD. I can't make it to the mailbox. If this kind of stuff is floating in the air from a wildfire that we have no control over, but we do have control over Oxbow, get the stuff out of there. They trucked it in there, truck it out. Okay, can you guarantee me that the particulates that they're referring to, the silica and stuff like that, is going to stay within 1,000 feet? No, you can't. So I got to stay in my house under lock and key and do nothing. For how many days? But I can't go to the mailbox, can't go grocery shopping or whatever. My medications aren't working much anymore. My livelihood and my life is in your hands in the city council. My quality of life. Excuse me. So I don't allow it to be grinding. The cities around us don't allow it. We shouldn't allow it either. Truck it out, just like you trucked it in. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Barbara?
Good evening. I want to commend you on your passion, and I appreciate all the work and the investigation that you have put in these last 5 months. We've been doing this for several years, and the kids up there are sick, and they're not going to die right away, and some of the elderly are sick, but down the road they're going to die, and they're going to die because the particles coming off of Oxbow. Now, if you guys don't ban and stop the 1,000 feet, just like that commercial project was down on Industrial Parkway, it was blowing. It blowed over to Muscoy. Now, those people, just because they're farther than 1,000 feet, they don't deserve all that silica. And it's damaging their lungs too, and their kids. And there's schools over there also. And you know, I'm sorry, but they're beating you guys up so that you're going to fall in just like the last one. The last item on the agenda, they beat you down until you approved it. And that's what I'm afraid's happening right now. And they don't give you all the information on any of the projects that come before you guys. We can find out more on our own researching, and I've sent you a couple of packets on individual things. They work for you just like they work for us, but it seems like they work more for the developers. We had a project and we couldn't present it because we didn't have a letter from the owner saying that we had permission to present that project. Where was the permission from the owner of the last parcel that you guys talked about? And it was in a trust, so that's even more complicated. You cannot go into a trust and just change things around. But you know, they're working on this right now because of Oxbow, because of the Central City Mall. And that's going to be, you know, talk about hazards. There's so much material in that is hazmat. It's unbelievable. It was built in the 70s, the walls, the floors, the ceilings, the stuff that they put on the steel, the fire suppression. Have they done a review of the chemicals that are all involved in that building before they knock it down? And oh yes, don't forget that the demo contractor in his bid said that he's going to grind it on site. And that's going to be okay? So please, and I hope you share your passion with your council person, and also if at all possible, you come join us. We're going to have a couple hundred people down there when this goes before the city council. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Next.
Jim Penman.
I partially agree with the advice of the city attorney, partially disagree. I agree that for those of you who want to stop on-site crushing, voting to approve and adopting this resolution tonight is the best you can do tonight. Mr. Garcia, you weren't here in January. New evidence was introduced. You're right. There was a split in the commission prior to that. When they heard the new evidence, they all unanimously changed their minds. Where I disagree with the city attorney is, had he said, the council has the final say, I would have agreed with him. What he said was, it has to come from the council. It does not have to come from the council. It can come from you. You can make a recommendation as a planning commission to the city council. You can make a recommendation to ban on-site grinding, which you should do. Put it on the agenda for a future meeting. Ban it. Recommend the council ban it. You can't ban it, the council can. That's where I respectfully disagree with the city attorney. The council does have the final say, but the council does not have to refer it to you, as was said, for you to do something more. I commend you for standing up to the staff and to legal staff, because they were trying to ramrod through this plan that would have allowed the planning director to approve on-site grinding, which should not ever occur. There's two situations. There's the legal situation with these resolutions, and there's who enforces the law. No one is enforcing the law in this city right now in terms of what the staff is doing. City manager, planning director decide to issue a permit to allow the Oxbow trash to be put there, and it was done. It never should have been allowed. Never should have been allowed, but it happened. So you've got two things. You've got the legal situation. Mr. Lewis, you're absolutely right. Tonight it's the legal thing. That's what's before you, and you need to adopt this resolution. If you're in favor of not having on-site grinding, you need to vote yes on this resolution. That's all that's before you tonight. Mr. Garcia, if you're in favor of on-site grinding, you need to vote no on this. It's as simple as that. You can put it on your future agenda to amend the city ordinances, to recommend to the council to amend the city ordinances, to ban on-site grinding, as many other cities have done. In my opinion, my legal opinion, on-site grinding is bad. Why? Because it affects the health and it affects the environment in a negative way. Why is that a legal issue? Because when things affect the health and the environment in a negative way, it results in litigation. We don't need litigation. If you don't adopt this, we don't move forward. So please adopt this tonight. Thank you. And I commend you again for standing up to the pressure you were under.
Thank you. Next. There. That's it? Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item that did not fill out a slip? No? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I wasn't sworn in.
Yep. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this body will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. Anybody been up on Highway 18 in Lucerne Valley? Mitsubishi plant up there, in order to crush the aggregate to make cement, had to build a dome. Up in Tehachapi, same thing. They know what the problem is. You do too. You've heard, Mr. Lewis educated me really well last meeting. Thank you. That stuff is dangerous. It's going to kill people. Yeah, you can say that it's a baby killer. You vote for it, you're a baby killer. That's all there is for it. This stuff is bad. And like Mr. Lewis said, it's the new asbestos. We can't have it. And you should ban it through the whole city, just like other cities have. I like the idea of making a recommendation. I don't know the legal steps to do it, but go for it. And this thing's, and if you approve this company to grind there, you're approving a developer who has spit in the face of the residents in the city ever since he started hauling that garbage up there, not covered it, not maintained it. He hasn't done a thing that the TUPs have asked him to, and nobody in community development has enforced it. Code enforcement hasn't enforced it. You got no enforcement in this city, so don't allow it to start with.
Thank you. And I do admire you too.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioners, any final comments before we move on? Okay.
If I could offer one suggestion, just in response to Mr. Penman's recommendation, for you to forward a recommendation to City Council with your recommendation to deny outright. You could direct staff to forward a recommendation to City Council denying this and requesting that the City Council then direct staff to bring forward an amendment to outright ban crushing to make it explicitly clear. And that way, when we prepare a staff report as part of our description of the Planning Commission recommendation, it will be Planning Commission denied staff's recommended text amendment, development code amendment, and request that the City Council direct staff to bring forward a different alternative. If that's something you would be willing to consider, we can do that.
We don't, I mean, yeah, that's real good. That sounds good. You know, we don't have to just say, bring forth a different, we want to ban it. So you don't have to use the words, well, bring forth a different, we want to ban it.
What you're saying though is it would require an amendment to the development code, and to do that takes direction and action by the Planning Commission and City Council.
Yeah, let's just ban it. I don't, I mean, you know, you can write the legalese up or whatever.
I think we're saying the same thing.
Yeah,
so
I just want to ban
we're trying to help you get what
you
you want.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
so,
well, it needs to sound like what I want though. I don't want it to be, you know, it's got to sound the same. It should sound the same, shouldn't it? Banning is banning and prohibited is prohibited. It's those words I like.
we'll use those words.
Okay.
And we'll
All right.
put it in the proper language to get it done.
Can we do that tonight? Can we forward it with that?
That would be our recommended approach for you, is to move forward with the
Right, with
denial
this.
and make it clear to City Council you want it banned, and we'll word it
Now
appropriately.
you're talking about language. I could
So
breathe
then
better.
we can,
I could breathe better already.
okay, so then what we need is a motion. And then you go ahead and add your language as directed by staff.
I'll make a motion that we adopt a resolution denying the permit 22 CUP 2212 and its minor exception 2204.
Next item, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. I'm yeah, okay, no, we're talking 2206, 22-06. And that we do so with the addition of requesting staff to approach the City Council with whatever you need to do to get it denied.
Yeah, it's Planning Commission's recommendation
All right, it's
directly
our
to City
recommendation.
Council. Staff just
Yeah, we want
puts it in
just
the
to deny
language. Yeah.
We need to see those hard words in there, though. And when it's wrote up, when it comes back, we want to, yeah, that part. Okay, I make that motion. Does everybody understand that motion? Complete banning of concrete crushing in the city of San Bernardino. As being, and we're going to attach it to our to the resolutions that we made, and you know what I'm trying to say. You get all of that? Yeah.
I'll second, but I want to add one word: grinding and crushing. Can we make sure you have grinding and crushing?
Will do.
Thank you.
Yay.
Call for the vote.
Chair Guerrero?
Yes.
Vice Chair Armstead? Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia? Commissioner Quill? Commissioner Flores?
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you read out the result, Jessica, for the record, please?
Sorry, 6 yes, 1 no.
All right, we're ready? Okay, let's proceed with item number 5. Staff report, please.
All right, thank you, Chair. My name is Travis Martin, Associate Planner here with the Planning Division. Item number 5 this evening. This was a continued item we had from our January meeting. So the majority of you may recall this. This is for subdivision 2207. That's specifically for tentative parcel map 20632 and conditional use permit 22-14. This is a project to develop the University Crossing Center. That would be a new small commercial center consisting of 3 restaurants, each with drive-through and a drive-through express car wash. Property is located at 4200 North University Parkway. This is just southwest of the intersection of University and Varsity, where Varsity and State intersect University. Property is currently just under 6.5 acres in size, and as part of the application this evening, the subdivision would be to divide that property into 4 separate parcels, 1 for each of the proposed users, and the zoning is currently Commercial General 1. This is an aerial of the property. This is an older aerial. This still shows the former building that was on site. That building, as you may all recall, has been demolished as a result of fire damage and other vandalism. For security reasons, the developer and property owner did work to have that demolished. As I noted, the entirety of the property currently is all zone general commercial. And as you see, fronting University Parkway, here's the intersection of State and Varsity up here, and immediately abutting the 215 northbound on-ramp. The project, as I mentioned, is 3 drive-throughs and the car wash. The first of the sites, the 3 sites in total, the 3 restaurants would be for a proposed Dutch Brothers, a Panera Bread, and a Chick-fil-A. Just kind of running through breakdown on all of them a little quick. Dutch Brothers, just about 950 square feet in size. Currently on the property for that user. They do require 10 parking spaces for that. They're providing 13 as proposed on the plan. 4 of those would be identified for future EV parking. The second pad for the Panera, just under 4,000 square feet in size. They require 50 spaces based off of the building and the parking for their patio area. They're providing 54. Of those, 3 would be EV charging stations as proposed at the time of development, and then there's 10 additional identified for future installation, as demand does grow. Pad C would be for the Chick-fil-A. That would be just under 4,800 square feet in size. The required parking for that with their building and patio area would comprise about 53 spaces. They are providing 96 as proposed on their plan. And of that, they would have 2 EV charging to start, and then an additional 13 identified for future. They also have a drive-through that would provide for stacking for just between 60 and 70 vehicles as proposed. And I'll show you on the site plan in just one moment. And then the final user, the Mr. Car Wash, it's the proposed drive-through express. It's about 5,100 square feet for the building, consisting of 132-foot-long car wash tunnel. Based off of the required parking for that use, they would have to provide 4 spaces. They're providing 6, and of those, 4 would be identified jointly between the standard parking and their dedicated vacuum stalls for EV charging. Just a little bit of breakdown on some things we did look at in regard to the traffic. They would have access from 2 frontages on this site. 1 driveway, kind of at the very northern end of the frontage along University. And then there's 2 driveways kind of adjacent to each other on the bend in Varsity. On University Parkway, there is a median that runs along the frontage there, so that driveway would be restricted to right in, right out only. And then to address traffic that would need to exit the site and choose to go north from the property, there would be improvements that have been conditioned as part of the project through their conditions and their mitigation to improve some of the timing and kind of signal movements at this intersection of Varsity and University to allow the additional traffic that would be expected to leave the site going north. Here's a photo of the existing site. Again, this was back from a couple months ago here when we originally brought the item. This is looking from across University Parkway, so you can see that median that runs through the street that would restrict that movement in and out. And then one kind of from that back corner where the property does touch Varsity Avenue. And as you can see, the building that has been sitting here had been completely demolished. The site plan, I apologize, it looks a little bit hard to see on the projector. Consists of the 4 users, Chick-fil-A in the very back corner with their drive-through around, the Panera kind of sitting centralized in the site, with their drive-through kind of wrapping, all the drive-throughs kind of fronting the freeway. The car wash in the back corner here, and then up along the front, the Dutch Brothers. Those users are all connected by kind of a centralized drive aisle that runs from the front to back of the site, and then all of those parcels branch off, and their parking areas branch off of that. Moving forward, just kind of some of the conceptual elevations. This would be for the proposed Dutch Brothers. This is consistent with users if you've seen them in any of the other cities that they've been building in. It's kind of their consistent prototype that they're working with now. The Panera, you can see this is their kind of their newer style that they're doing, and then you can see in these renderings here the patio area that they would have. That'd be about, with the about 4,000 square foot building, they have a patio that would be about 1,000 square feet that they would be providing just adjacent to the building. Some of the elevations for the Chick-fil-A, again, all going with their newer kind of prototype buildings. And then some additional along the building, these are some of the renderings of what the Chick-fil-A would look like, and you can see the patio area they have as well. That would be between 500 and 600 square feet, again, immediately adjacent to the building. And then the renderings for the proposed car wash. Moving forward, as far as the landscaping, I know we did have concerns at the previous meeting about trying to provide some additional space on the site for kind of communal landscaped areas, more usable landscaping, if you will. The applicant and staff have worked through the concerns that you presented at the previous meeting. They have identified space along that kind of main drive here. Again, I apologize, it looks a little blurry on the projector, but the information is also in the packet provided. They provided kind of broken up between 2 areas, one in this area and one in this area here, adjacent to that main drive aisle, but also connected to both of the rights of way where you do have the access to the site, and then designated paths that do lead from the individual users that would provide pedestrian access across the site to those areas. And then just a little bit kind of a concept of what the developer has proposed as far as those areas. It would involve a little bit of some pathways going through the site. These are a little bit of kind of linear park spaces. Those would both connect out to the rights of way. Here, this one up here would be kind of where Varsity is, and then the one on the lower part of the screen would be the connection to University. And then there's also, I know they're on there, there's also the connections that would cross that main drive aisle to get to the actual users, the tenants themselves. And then just a couple notes. As part of this project, we did do environmental analysis as required under CEQA. Based off the project site, the project was not looked at as an exempt project. The applicant did prepare what's referred to as a mitigated negative declaration to look at the impacts, environmental impacts, traffic impacts, noise, all of the different concerns that we would have. They did prepare that. That went through a public review period of 20 days, public comment. And then in preparation for bringing this item forward, we did address those comments and update the document, preparing the final MND. And then ultimately the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, which is included as Exhibit B on the packet, just after the project plans. Additionally, we did go through the site in bringing the item forward to you this evening. I do just want to clarify that we did, as part of the process staff undertakes with the applicant, we do go through looking at both the site, tenant requirements, development standards that we've had, and now that we're bringing this item back, the comments that we originally received. As the project's been designed, we believe it does meet the intent of the concerns that you had expressed and all of the requirements as established in the development code. And with that, and because of that, we are bringing forward a recommendation this evening to adopt Resolution 2023-005. That would be adopting formally the MND and MMRP that were prepared for the project, and then approving Subdivision 2207 and conditional use permit 2214 based off the findings provided in the draft resolution and subject to the conditions in the same document. With that, I do want to say we do have the applicant and their team here. I believe he'll just wanted to give him a few moments before we get into any discussion, just to kind of elaborate on anything that I provided and then talk a little bit about what they've done kind of in response to the previous discussions that we've had. And he'll join us at the other podium here.
Thank you, Travis. If I could just ask those of you in the audience that if you can hold the side conversations outside in the hallway so we can hear staff present as well as applicants. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Planning Commission members. Erwin Busey with PCG South Shores. We're the developer on the project. My daughter asked me, what do I do? And I told her, I said, my job is to make everybody happy. And she looked at me and said, well, what does that mean? And I said, well, I work on projects and my job is to make the city happy, the community happy, my tenants happy, Chick-fil-A, Dutch Brothers, Mr. Car Wash, and Panera Bread. I need to make them happy with their parking requirements, their prototypes, their elevations. I also have to make the landowner happy. John Nolan, who owns who's a board member of Scottish Rite. I have to make him happy. So as part of this, at the last meeting, we talked about a few things. We talked about parking, healthy food, community impact, and last but not least, landscaping. As such, I would like to have Steve Schwartz, who is with Chick-fil-A, discuss their operation and who they are, followed up by Nick Wyrick, who represents Panera Bread, and then last to finish it out, Greg Pulaski from Nadell Architecture, who's been working hand in hand with every respective tenant and our team and staff to come up with a plan that's a win-win for everybody. It's key to point out all these components are critical to make not only the tenants happy, the city happy, the community happy, but my lenders and equity partner. Each tenant is critical to that because that's an important part of the return to make this project work. Steve?
Thank you, Erwin. Good evening, Commissioners, Madam Chair. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Steve Schwartz with Chick-fil-A. As Erwin mentioned, we've worked really closely with the developer and city staff to come up with a project, and happy to be here tonight to present to you. Just a quick history. Our founder, Truett Cathy, started this business in 1946, opened up the first Chick-fil-A at Greenbrier Mall outside of Atlanta, Georgia in 1967. And then in 1986, opened up the first freestanding store with drive-through outside of Atlanta as well in 1986. Since then, we've grown to about 2,700 locations around the U.S., just opened up recently in Canada and Puerto Rico. Each of these locations is operated by a local businessman or businesswoman. They employ typically 80 to 100 plus team members to serve guests in our restaurant. Erwin mentioned parking. We do have EV parking stalls on site to meet code. We also have about 25 to 30 staff on site, so dedicating staff parking. We also have 10 to 15 parks for mobile pickup, third-party delivery, curbside, things like that. And then our dining room and patio area, there's probably about 50 parks for those guests as well. So that helps to talk through some of the parking requirements. If you haven't been in one of our stores, very family friendly, great food, craveable, and super, just a genuine hospitality in the stores. Our sandwiches are hand breaded in the locations. We also have great hot waffle fries. If you haven't had those, I strongly encourage that. But we also have grilled chicken sandwiches. We have great fresh salads. We're actually starting a new product next month. It's a lemon kale Caesar salad, which is very good. I'd encourage that one as well. As I mentioned, our operator who runs the locations, very engaged in the community, typically gets plugged into the schools, local community groups, things like that. And Chick-fil-A has contributed since 1973 over $75 million to team member scholarships for the colleges of their choice. and obviously just take a very strong liking to other communities in which we serve. So our team is here to answer questions this evening. And like I said, we'll turn it over to Nick.
Good evening, Commissioners. Nick Wyrick. I work with Lee & Associates Commercial Real Estate, but have represented Panera Bread in the Inland Empire for almost 8 years. Panera was founded in 1987. It's got over 2,000 locations in 48 states. The company, as you know, has a pretty diverse menu offering breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But its signature item is its freshly baked breads and pastries, which are baked at each site daily. Specific to our site plan, we've got 54 spaces on our plan with 50 required. That meets the Panera requirement. We base that on a couple of different items, but most importantly, the two closest cafes to this existing site, one in San Bernardino at the North Point project and the other in Rialto at Renaissance. And I wanted to take a little bit of time and talk about our history in San Bernardino. We had started out in 2006 with a small cafe in line in the shops at North Point, and the cafe was wildly successful. About 5 years ago, we committed to ground leasing a parcel and building our own building with a drive-through in the same project, so we reinvested in the city of San Bernardino. And because of our success there, when Irwin approached us about putting a cafe on the north side, we resoundingly supported the site. As far as employment goes, Panera will employ between 30 and 50 employees at the site. It will be a mix of full-time and part-time employment. And community outreach, you may be familiar with Panera's new project called the Donation Campaign, and it's spelled D-O-U-G-H. And nationally, what they're doing is they're taking all of their bread at the end of the day and they're donating it to after-school programs, mental health centers, outreach programs, food pantries, food rescue agencies, soup kitchens, homeless shelters, veteran services, transitional homes. I think that community involvement and community support are at the core of what Panera Bread is as a company. And they're excited about the opportunity to put a second location in the city of San Bernardino. Thank you.
Before Greg comes up, I'd like to introduce John Nolan from Scottish Rite.
Good evening. I'm John Nolan. I'm the current head of the San Bernardino Scottish Rite, which is a branch of the Fraternity of Freemasons, the owner of the subject property. Our organization has owned this property since 1965, and at one time had over 2,200 members. However, over the years, like many organizations such as Rotary and Kiwanis, the Scottish Rite has suffered a significant decline in membership to the point that it is now less than 300. As you'll probably recall, we had a meeting hall at this location of almost 30,000 feet. However, everything changed in February of 2021. It was then that a fire broke out one night that essentially destroyed the entire building, damaging it well beyond the point of repair. Because of our declining membership, our revenues were also greatly reduced. Accordingly, over the last few years, we tried to cut operating costs whenever possible. One of these areas was a reduction in insurance coverage. As a result, when the fire occurred, our coverage did not provide nearly enough to rebuild. So our only solution was to sell the now vacant property and then use the proceeds to move to a much smaller site. The current applicant saw an opportunity for the premises that not only matches but even improves upon the character of the surrounding area. Its plan is also one that our membership, which is largely made up of local citizens, strongly agrees with. The entire area has been built up with ancillary services for our state university, which now serves over 30,000 students. Upscale apartments provide housing for the students living off campus, and other facilities exist for groceries, dry cleaners, and even a gym. The surrounding population is heavily student-based. These students not only need additional service and convenience facilities, but they also need places of employment while completing their education. The proposed plan seems to fulfill all aspects of the needs of the surrounding student population. They need places that are convenient, quick, and relatively low cost, where they can get their meals, which are often obtained while on the run between their classes and their jobs. They also need some facility to quickly and inexpensively obtain car cleaning, which is not available generally to apartment dwellers. This current plan also provides for a water thrifty facility to supply that need. Of equal importance is the fact that the plan development provides places of employment for the student population, most of whom are providing for their own college educations. San Bernardino already has an area of upscale sit-down restaurants, largely centered around Hospitality Lane. Although perhaps in the abstract it might be nice to have some more facilities like that, the reality is that it is unneeded and somewhat impractical. Because of the effects of the pandemic and the changing local population desires, several of the already existing San Bernardino sit-down facilities have closed or are experiencing significant reductions in revenue. Granted, this area is a sort of northern entrance to our city, and we all want it to display well. However, let us remember that this entire area is basically in support of the university, a very successful and special entity in which we all take great pride. Facilities that are already there, as well as this one, which is planned, serve to augment and supplement this jewel of our city. As you look at the areas surrounding the campuses of UCLA and USC, you see the same type of nearby support facilities, displaying the strength and desirability of these universities. So should it continue to be with the case of Cal State San Bernardino. Caltrans and the County of San Bernardino Transportation Authority have already worked extensively with the developer, knowing the details of his planned development, and are both strongly in support of it. These entities do not feel that any of the traffic impacts are burdensome. Finally, there is the issue that would be presented if for some reason this project were to be denied. If for some reason it were denied, the property would remain vacant, until such a new user was found, all of which stated earlier would be a long time into the future. In the meantime, the vacant property would continue to serve as an unwanted magnet for the homeless, continuing to be a blight on the surrounding community and a possible permanent degradation of the neighborhood. Scottish Rite cannot continue to expend funds for the removal of homeless and their resulting trash accumulations. We have already expended over $30,000 in these activities. We, the property owner, are interested community members, and we urge you to approve this well thought out project that provides a win-win result. A win for the community, a win for the students, and a win for Scottish Rite, with no offsetting non-win for any entity whatsoever. Thank you.
Most of my material. But not to make light of it, because it is a serious situation. So to expand and amplify a little bit, I'm going to talk about placemaking, because that's what this really is about. In laying this out and finding the right tenants, each one of those tenants has their own sense of place. They are a restaurant, and they do have, say, a drive-through for convenience. But they have a restaurant, they sit down, they have outdoor facility. And so placemaking is kind of a composition of places put together, both in the micro sense You have these separate users who are the micros. You know, Panera has their services that they provide to the community, as well as Dutch Brothers and even the car wash. But I look at it too as looking down University Parkway. You have this sense of placemaking that needs to be reinforced, you know, as it's going through. You have a commercial market center that's just to the north. And this is adjacent to the apartments that we spoke about, that, you know, the connectivity to all these things is about placemaking. Even though these are little separate units within a parcel or within a development, they're interconnected, and each of the experiences may be different, but then they're going to ultimately be shared. And I think that, you know, the challenge is, just as you said, the economy, the types of tenants and the people that are coming into the communities all over, not just San Bernardino, is that, hey, you know, the restaurants didn't do well because of our crisis. It's still an economic crisis. You can't hire people. People can't afford to keep their restaurants open. There's other uses. And then you have users who come here and want to be part of the community. They want to, you know, make this placemaking equation work as an investment. I mean, everyone has a tremendous amount of effort, not just dollars, but they have a tremendous amount of investment into getting into the community, because none of this succeeds without being part of the community. How do they know that they're valued? They have done their market studies. They know that there's demand out there, and that's the market, that's the community, that's the immediate that's there. And for this location and the fact that it's adjacent to the freeway, I think it's an opportunity as an invitation for others outside the community to see this community as they get and they experience and they find this destination, and they're like, wow, this is what the north end of San Bernardino or Cal State San Bernardino is like, as well as people from, I think it's the west side of the freeway, will come over for lunches and stuff. So this really blends a lot of people in the community. And I think that it also blends it in a way that you have current residents, adjacent residences, and then you have other people. So each one of these uses gives you an opportunity to really interact. This is about interaction. Placemaking is about interaction with the community, you know, at that particular site, you know, making the connection to the thing. So I think, you know, in our attempt to do placemaking, you have to create destinations. You make destinations for residents, companies, such as the parties that are going to be part of this, and visitors. You have to consider all of that about making a place. I mean, this is a commercial zoned property that's going to be commercially developed. And so, you know, I think that all cities strive, you know, for full-scale placemaking. You have to have walkable. We've provided, you know, the opportunity for walking from all the apartments that are to the north and east. And you know, there's housing there. It's all being melded pretty well in this immediate location where you have enough housing, you have enough commercial zone. And I think it's just the mixing of all the uses. You have to make it also macro. You look up the boulevard, you look to the adjacent uses. And I think it's just the quality of life considerations that it's a corridor. You can, you know, you look to entice. The city needs to look to entice investment. All these developments we were talking about today, unless you have tenants and people who are willing to invest dollars, millions of dollars, you know, coming into a community to create these places, that's how you make it work. And with working in conjunction with the city and with you all to kind of, you know, make that puzzle. These are puzzle pieces that we try to put together. And I think it's really the start and validation of really economic growth for this particular area. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and open up public hearing for item number 5. Do we have, okay.
Chaz Kelly.
I want to thank the applicant for their presentation this evening, and I want to thank the Planning Commission and staff for the work that they do for our city. I know there's been some issues and some concerns in the past regarding development in our communities and throughout the city, indeed. One thing I'd like to take an opportunity this evening is to share with the applicant, and they may not like what I have to say, but I have a few suggestions. And that would be for you, the Planning Commission, and our city staff as well. I would like to remind you all that you do have the tools and the ability to make conditions of approval. So with well thought out planning and issues that present before you tonight regarding, I was so happy to hear the developer and the applicant share concerns about destination. I would like you all to please consider the green belt around just not only the project, but University itself, University Parkway. It's dead. If we're going to be a gateway to the community and bring, and I understand what the developer and applicant were saying, to bring people into our community so they are feeling welcomed and impressed with the city of San Bernardino, I think the Planning Commission and staff should require some additional conditions of approval. Something along the lines of green belting the University Parkway. As you all know, it's dead. It needs improvement. And with a city that's struggling with its budget, this is an opportunity to piggyback on the good things, and I say again, the good things that this applicant is bringing to our community, to make it more welcoming and enticing, as was made in the presentation. Such things as monumentation signs. There is a mural there that needs some updating, and it needs some assistance. And that is a gateway into the university, which was indicated by John, the gem of the north end of the city. But I would include the gem of the entire city, because we all benefit from Cal State San Bernardino. So I think that there are some conditions that you all might want to discuss with staff for the applicant to consider. Sidewalk improvements, street improvements, to include not just to the center line. Staff will tell you we can condition them to improve the street just to the center line. Let's go curb to curb, members of the commission and staff. Let's go curb to curb, because this is a good project. I'm not opposed to the project, but I think that there are some additional requirements that should be placed on the applicant. And we welcome the businesses to our city. We welcome the opportunity for employment. We welcome the opportunity for the community involvement. And John, I would add that yes, the students are important, but there are a lot of youth in this community that need jobs as well. So thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Jim Penman.
My opinion, this is a good project. When Sandra Ibarra was first elected to the city council, she desperately wanted a Panera in her ward. And she contacted the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce contacted some developers. And they said, well, the demographics in that area don't support that. And Panera has some high standards as to the number of rooftops and what's needed, income levels, and so forth. The fact that we have Panera interested in coming here is, I think, a good sign. Same with Chicken Filet, Sonic Burgers, the others. We'd all like to see another hospitality lane probably happen on University, but the fact is we're not going to get that level of development there. I don't disagree with Mr. Kelly. I think that the green building is a good idea. I think you know, all of those types of improvements, parking, landscaping are really necessary. But I also think we do not want to lose this opportunity to get this particular development here. Because if we do, as Mr. Nolan said, it's going to sit vacant for a long time. The homeless set fires at the Scottish Rite Temple 3 or 4 times and destroyed it. And Scottish Rite really no longer has a presence there. These businesses will have a presence there, and it will be in their best interest to keep the homeless under some type of management. And I went by the Pandera down in Hospitality. I went by the one over in Renaissance area in Rialto. They don't have homeless there, and they do keep that area clean. One other thing I'll mention, and I'm not trying to take sides on car washes. I feel there's way too many car washes in San Bernardino already. and a lot of fast food restaurants. But I think that these are a little better quality. But there's a car wash here too. And you have another one on the agenda, your next item, number 6, down there at Kendall. And approving 2 car washes same night is a tough bite. And developers have a right, and property owners have a right to develop their property in accordance with the zoning. And the Scottish Rite Temple is zoned appropriately. And while some sharp lawyers might try to come back and say, well, the Planning Commission is just opposed to car washes, look, they voted down 2 in one night. Well, my suggestion to you is no ambulance chasing lawyer is going to try to sue the city if you approve one car wash but don't approve the other, because that obviously shows that you have no intent to discriminate when it comes to car washes. But that said somewhat in cheek. Certainly Mr. Nolan and I would never take such a case. And by the way, in the interest of full disclosure and transparency, I am a 32nd degree Mason, which means I am a member of Scottish Rite. I preferred that they rebuilt here. They chose not to. I'm not on the governing board. I don't have a financial interest in it. So my views were not those that carried the day. Thank you.
Next, please.
Gian Torkin.
Hi, Gian Torkin. Full disclosure, I'm actually the applicant for agenda number 6, but and I didn't know that this project was coming to Planning Commission today. I think that, you know, I developed a portion of the Ralph's Shopping Center across the street and had looked at this parcel with Mr. Gershom some time ago, and I think that this developer has really done a fantastic job in bringing the right tenants to this project. They're quality tenants. And frankly, I'm a little surprised. I'm not sure why there's such opposition to car washes. The state has passed legislation so that homeowners and residents don't wash their vehicles on their driveways for a reason. They want to save water, because that's a significant waste of water, and they want to stop pollutants from going into our waterways. These car washes recycle something like 95% of the water that they use. They do. And they don't put any pollutants into the waterways. Why would you not want to encourage that? I just don't understand that. I'm a developer here, and for 30 years, I've reinvested in this city over and over again. And I cannot see why a car wash would be harmful to the city or its residents. If there was no demand for car washes, there wouldn't be a car wash developed. What does demand mean? It means that a significant amount of the residents in the area want to visit a car wash and patronize that business. They're not here today. There might be thousands of them, but they don't come out when they're in support of a project. They vote with their dollars when they like a project. There is absolutely nothing wrong with the car wash. And I know this parcel very well. And I could tell you, one of the main reasons why you want a car wash there is because this is a deep parcel. And when you have a deep parcel that's retail, it's very hard to tenant the deeper part of the parcel, the part that's further out from the main driveway, from the main street. Also, when you have a car wash blended with these other uses, it helps. The number one thing you learn in school when they say to do retail development is you want to mix uses so that all your tenants can benefit from each other. And that's what the car wash will do in this specific situation, and the other tenants. This is a good thing. Why are we opposed to it? I mean, I just don't understand that. I want to know what the reasoning would be. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Thank you.
Next, please.
Azar.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. I had a whole list of items that I wanted to address, but after seeing some of the modifications that the applicant has, I have nothing against the project. I just want to open up your eyes to what the community wants. And after attending this past Saturday's town hall meeting with Council Member Ben Reynoso, I heard the community. I heard the community speak up and say that they actually do want to see more mixed-use development. I'm not saying that this is where it should be or shouldn't be. We're kind of late in the game for that. This could have been a prime location for mixed use, as is, ground floor retail with housing on top. I think moving forward, once we see more applications come in for projects, I think we should start considering more mixed use projects. This would have been a prime location for it. Again, nothing against the project itself. It's auto-oriented. I did see that the applicant did change or add a little bit of a strip of pathway. I don't think those boulders are appropriate. I think that's just going to be a magnet for homelessness to come camp out. I've seen it. I've seen, projects come in and it just becomes a magnet for that. So I don't care for that little strip of land as a pathway or boulders there. I think that can go back to landscaping. But in the original exhibits that I shared with you, I identified a location that would be a central gathering space. Like I said, I'm not against the project. I'm just encouraging more of a better design. That's all, and I hope that can still be considered. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hank Mitchell.
Sarah.
Okay.
Is he in the hallway? Can we check first? Thank you.
All right. We'll go to the next one and come back.
Okay.
Marvin Norman.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and Council Commission members and members of the public. Marvin Norman, 7th Ward resident, and I saw this project and it, like others have said, it looks like a good project. I went to Cal State several years ago, and it would have been nice to have more eating options in the area. On the other hand, I've seen lots of Chick-fil-A's, and I know the traffic study says that it won't be a problem, but I've seen lots of Chick-fil-A's, and I'm sure they all had traffic studies which said their traffic wouldn't be a problem either. So I hope they have enough parking spaces to make a big enough serpentine line for their ordering, so that it doesn't back up onto the university, because that definitely was a problem that I remember from my time at Cal State. Was university is always a giant mess, and I know there's an ongoing project with SBCTA, and so it'd be a shame for lots of people backed up trying to make a right into the parking lot to be a problem there. So it might ultimately be necessary to just make that driveway on Kendall, or University, right out only. The other thing is I know it was mentioned that they're going to fiddle with the timing on that intersection there at University and Varsity. I ask that when they do that, they make sure that it doesn't make it a nightmare to be a pedestrian there, because I know a lot of times when they fiddle with this timing, no one thinks people walk and that they matter, and that it's fine if they have to take 2 minutes to get a green light just as soon as you press it, because they have to make 3 left turns and 2 more right turns have a green light, then the straights have a green light, then the straights have a green light again, then the pedestrian might get 5 seconds to scurry across. And so make sure that the pedestrians are not shortchanged by the changes made there. And finally, the previous gentleman mentioned making sort of a meeting space and like a third place. That would be good. If there's that seems like a good idea. If there's food places, and if students are here, it would be great to have a third place. Thank you.
Next. Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item that has not been sworn in nor filled out a form? Okay, Jessica.
Sworn in. I'm Carol Springstead, and I have a small commercial retail real estate company, and I've worked closely with John Nolan and Paragon to bring the project together. Initially kind of dovetailed the two together as far as we put the property under contract and worked with Irwin to secure the tenants for the project. And one of the comments that was made by the gentleman about the green belt on University, I wanted to address, because throughout the last couple of years that we've been working on this project, we've had to work with the San Bernardino Transit Authority as well. And they have, as I'm sure you're well aware, a major change going on with the interchange there. And with that, we had to work closely with them to make sure that the access point off of University was coincided with where their project was going to be, interchanged there. And so with that, we've had to comply with the landscaping and the drive aisles, et cetera, with their project. So I don't think there could be the possibility to change or alter that, maybe further up University, but from the freeway to the school, I think is involved in that project. So I wanted to bring that up, as well as the importance of the economics of the project. We have worked closely with the lenders, and I'm sure everyone's well aware of what's happened with the interest rates. And since we began the project and where we are today, it's made it a lot tighter to make this project work. So within the fact that we tried to accommodate some of the requests from the last meeting and provide for a pedestrian area, that's also kind of tipped into that. So we're kind of at the end of the economic threshold to make it really work. So thank you, appreciate it.
David Friedman. No, one more, sorry.
Hi, my name is David Friedman. I'm a developer in the city. I own 3 businesses in downtown. And I think I'm also a CSUSB alum. And so while it would have been nice to have this project while I was going there, it's okay that we're getting it afterwards. I am probably one of the last people to be in favor of car-centric infrastructure and development. But the matter of the fact is that the city of San Bernardino is built around cars, and your zoning and your general plan and specific plan are all in favor of cars, whether you see it on the surface or not. So I am in favor of this project, though, and the other car wash as well, for a few various reasons. One, it's a matter of practicality. You need investment in the city. You need tax dollars. You need people who come here. Two, vacant land attracts vagrancy. So as you're seeing, the Scottish Rite building was burnt down. This happens all over San Bernardino. Every vacant lot in the city either is or was in the last couple of weeks or months occupied by homeless people, which is a different issue in and of itself. But the issue is that some of these homeless people with mental health issues do burn down buildings, and they do camp out there, and they do bring a lot of trash. I'm in favor of this. Not because I'm necessarily in favor of car-centric projects, but I'm in favor of this because we need development for a practical matter. We need investment in the city. These are the people that are willing to invest in our city. I've worked with Gian on projects. The city trusts them. The county trusts them. If there were another project that would be willing to come to that location, it would have happened in the last 8 years. But anyways, fix your specific plan, fix your general plan if you don't want projects like this. But in the meantime, you might as well approve them and get some new business and tax funding for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay. So we'll go ahead and anything from the commissioners?
I just want to ask you to back up the slide where you had the conception of the development. No, the one that shows everything, the buildings, the landscaping, and so forth.
We had the one specific
There
for
it
the
is.
Chick-fil-A.
There it is. Thank you. I just want to take a look at it.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank staff and the developer for addressing the issues we brought up at the last meeting. And the The green belt or the green area that was added on is a very good add-on, and I think this project can be very successful, and I'm glad to see this caliber of project coming to our community. With that, I'd like to make a proposal that the Planning Commission adopt this resolution. And I'd like to make a motion that the Planning Commission adopt resolution number 2023-005, adopting the mitigated negative declaration and approving subdivision 2207 and conditional use permit 2214 based on the finding and facts and subject to recommendations and approvals.
I'll second.
Chairwoman, I don't recall that you asked, but if you didn't, could you ask the applicant if they agree with all the conditions of approval?
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Where were you guys since the last meeting? All you guys, Chick-fil-A and Panera and all of you can.
So before we call for the vote, I do have a couple of commissioners that would like to say something. Go right
Yeah,
ahead.
I just wanted to make a comment. You know, as I stated, when you brought this project to us, I absolutely love it. I was a little bit put off with the fact that we didn't have a really clear traffic analysis. Well, you may have. It wasn't clear to me. Yeah, I drive over there a lot. So, and then the other issue was the car wash. Since then, I'm a little slow, but I do dig in every now and then and get my research together. Yes, there's a car wash. I'm telling you, it's a stone's throw from there. However, I want to say this, and I want to share this with my fellow commissioners. These car washes, what is it? Is this one Mr. Car Wash or something like that? Yeah. There's a few others throughout the city that these are really state-of-the-art car washes. I don't have to get out of my car and skeet anything. I don't have to do nothing but drive through. The efficiency of these car washes right down to the amount of electricity they use, how they recycle the water. It's not the 20-year-old car wash that was there in 23 years ago. It's a different animal. And I even saw on, I believe it's 6 and Waterman, where they tore the old hand car and put a new one up, and it's almost a no-brainer, but they're very efficient. And I think we should and we're going to get more cars. We're going to get electric cars. We're going to get lots of them. They're coming. And I just like to not have to get out. And I mean, those things I went through, it was like a ride at Disneyland. I'm serious. I went through that thing and it was pretty awesome. And I came out, I didn't have to dry nothing off. I mean, it was really nice. So it kind of changed my mind about, I understand that there's conventional car washes or older car, I'm gonna just say older car washes that haven't upgraded their stuff. People driving new Teslas and stuff don't necessarily want to drive through the gas station deal there. You know, they might want something a little bit more up to date. So I'm excited about the fact that we in San Bernardino should have state-of-the-art car washes, and maybe encourage some of the older car washes to upgrade, because that was a big thing. It was bothering me, the car wash, because we got a lot, but what are they? There's different kinds of car washes, different levels of car washes. and Mr. Car Wash is top shelf. So that kind of removed my little dark cloud over the only dark cloud I had over the project. I loved it. Other than that, it's, you know, and the traffic thing. And I don't think we're going to get a real true anything. We'll know when it opens. That's when we'll know about that.
Ultimately, as with any project,
Yeah.
but as we've gone over, just say very quickly, we did do the traffic study for the project, did analyze it, and to one of the comments made just regarding the Chick-fil-A specifically, I would say that's part of the reason why it's been placed to, you know, further back on the property to allow. The same with the other drive-through uses, they have been designed to allow that stacking further fully on the site so that we don't experience those issues directly on the street. So hopefully that does address, you know, those concerns.
I'm hopeful.
I think it's a great project. We need it badly. My only concern is another car wash right beside an existing car wash. I know there's different kinds of car wash, but handed out to all the commissioners the map of all the car washes we have in San Bernardino and surrounding cities. It's a lot of car washes. And I will say none of them have a backup of cars, so you know demand isn't like how many car washes do you need. The project is great. I would not stop it because of this car wash, but it's just another car wash beside a car wash. Was that necessary? I'm sure we could have used it better, but other than that, it's a great project. We need it. That's all I can say on this one.
Thank you. I echo several comments my fellow commissioners say, and also thank you for pushing back at the last meeting, since we shouldn't be taking developments as is. We should be taking into consideration community input. And I appreciate the developer making its best attempt of trying to add pedestrian infrastructure to a car-oriented development. I had one question on the inclusion of future EV stations. Can you clarify if the developer will be accountable to making those future stations happen? Since you had mentioned it'd be based on demand.
So as we have discussed before, there's no strict requirement in our code for the EV stations. It's something that's just covered, I believe, by the building code. As far as what the plan would be to kind of grow that infrastructure and the network on the site, would actually have the applicant or their representative come up just to speak to their intent there.
I can speak to that really quick. January 1, new codes were passed for EV parks. So that will be, our project will conform with that. What that means now is, in the past, we used to just put in conduit basically for future EV, if you will. Now it's required to have a certain number of actual EV stalls with charging ports, and the future capacity needs to be planned into our panels, electric panels, and all that infrastructure in place until it's required by the state. Everything will be in place, and then when the port is required, that would be added. But it's much more significant now. The state of California is kind of leading the country as far as that initiative right now, and that just went into effect the beginning of the year. Does that help?
That's helpful.
Okay.
Great. And then my last comment would just be, what are our plans for bicycle infrastructure? Since I know there's a bike lane leading up to Varsity coming from the university. Is the bike lane included as part of the road improvements adjacent?
Actually, one of our traffic engineer here that I think is going to be better suited to speak to that than myself. I'll invite him up.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Azam Jabshi. I'm the city traffic engineer. There's existing bike lanes north of our city. It ends at that location, and once we develop the diamond diversion ramp, we're going to continue these bike lanes all the way to Hallmark, south of the 250 freeway.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? We're good? Call for the vote?
Okay, Chair Guerrero,
Yes.
Vice Chair Armstead, Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Quill, Commissioner Flores,
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
It's approved.
If we,
I may, just for a moment, sorry.
Oh, wait. Hold the pause.
Forgive me, forgot my mic. Vote snuck up on me a little real quick there. Just wanted to make one note with the motion for tonight. It did come to staff's attention in preparation for this meeting. There was one just line that we did need to correct in the resolution. Nothing regarding conditions or any of the mitigation or the scope of the project. But on page 3 of the resolution, the now therefore line right before just before the bottom of the page, it does reference the Development Environmental Review Committee. That was a typo on staff's part. It would be the Planning Commission. So we would just be making a note in the resolution as you would vote, just to amend Development and Environmental Review Committee to say Planning Commission, all other language remaining as is.
Thank you.
All right.
And thank you so much, Travis, for going the extra mile with this project, bringing over the applicant as well as the representatives from the tenants.
And
Well done.
thank you all as well.
Okay. Thank you. We're ready for you. Okay. I did say we would take a 5-minute break at 9 o'clock. What's that? 10-minute break at 9 o'clock? Go ahead and, okay. All right.
The surrounding area. Currently, right now, there is an existing 7-Eleven gas station at the corner, and then it is surrounded by single-family residential to the south, a shopping center to the east, and then a multifamily development with some other additional commercial retail types of development. This is the current zoning of the project zone. As you can see, it is a commercial general zone. We do have some residential medium high that for the multifamily, single family development, and then as well some adjacent commercial development zones. The proposed project, as mentioned, it is 3,596 square feet. They are proposing to have 2 lanes for queuing, access through North Shandon Hills Drive. The hours of operation will be Monday through Sunday between 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. They will have approximately 2 to 3 employees per shift. Access to the site will be through North Shandon Hills Drive, and there will be an exiting through the existing service gas station on Kendall Drive as well as Shandon Hills Drive. There's currently proposed to have 19 vacuum stalls and 4 regular standard stalls. They have provided adequate stacking through the drive-through lanes, and I will provide the site plan in the next couple of slides. They also will have covenants, conditions, and restrictions, CC&Rs, and grants of easement allowing the egress of the vehicular traffic through the existing gas station. Here we have the site facing south on West Kendall Drive. And then as well, we have the site facing west on Shandon Hills Drive. Right here is as mentioned, the proposed site plan. There is the access to the drive-through car wash will be to these through queuing lanes that will run through the length of the property, and then they will tunnel out through the car wash, and then tunnel out through access points within the existing gas station. Here we have a proposed elevation of the Quick Crack car wash that is being proposed at the subject site. For the proposed landscaping, they are providing opaque, dense type of landscaping. There are existing block walls adjacent to the properties, and they are going to be providing additional landscaping, dense landscaping, in order to buffer a lot of the noise from to adjacent properties for the tunnels and also for the vacuum stalls. With that, staff has reviewed the proposed project prior to bringing it to your body, and we have worked with the developer as well as made sure that the project meets our general plan, is in general plan compliancy, as well as our development code standards for commercial development. And with that, we are recommending that the Planning Commission adopt resolution number 2023-010 based on the catechol exemption, section 15303 for construction and conversion of small structures in accordance to CEQA, and approving conditional use permit 22-10 based on the findings of fact and subject to the recommended conditions of approval that are incorporated within the resolution. I'm here for any questions, as well as we have the applicant who has a presentation that would like to provide and present to the body at this moment in time.
Chairwoman, would you like to open the public hearing?
Yes, thank you. We'll go ahead and open up the public hearing for item number 6.
Thank you, Commissioners, Chair, Vice Chair. We appreciate it very much being here and becoming a part of the community. Quick Quack is started off in Sacramento, California. We just had one store in 2004, and we've grown to be one of the largest, 4th largest car washes in the nation. We continue to grow. We have 180 stores throughout the Western United States, and saving water and time and money are a very important part of the formula for us. Thank you, staff, for doing a great job on the presentation. And there's a lot of things on my slide that are similar, but the project area is shown above. Oh, you just ask? It's working. It's working. So as you saw the layout, and I think what's really important about the layout is there are block walls, and it's really important to think about those walls on either side of the development. So we will be eliminating any kind of noise emissions going to either of the residents. The layout, if there was questions on the circulation, I could answer those. The landscaping is very dense. We are very concerned about, ensuring that we do have buffer, not only greenery, but the larger plants along the north and the east side, or west side, I should say. The elevations you saw, they're dynamic. We have elevation changes vertically. We have pilasters and accents that accent the building that come out in the front. This is our prototype. Here's another. This is the entry in the elevation. There's awnings over the windows. It's hard to tell, but the arch not only is an arch, but it's smaller at the bottom or thinner than it is at the top. So it's kind of a dynamic feature. So why Quick Quack? Fast for one. And I think that Commissioner Lewis really understands what it's all about. And just getting in and out, it's 3 minutes through the wash. You're on a conveyor. That helps the queue lines. They don't get excessive because of the way you're on a conveyor. So 3 minutes in and out. Even if there's a line, we can increase our speed through the wash to 165 cars an hour. So we never have queuing issues. And then our team members are all white shirts and tie clad to help you. The sites are kept very clean, very organized. We don't allow, we have signage that we do not allow any loud music. We do not allow any trash to be laying around. We are always picking up the trash. We're always keeping the environment clean. We have a guarantee of satisfaction. So if it's not perfectly clean, you can take your car right back through. We offer vacuums. Mr. Lewis sounds like he just goes through and leaves like I do, but you're also welcome to use the vacuums. And important to note that the vacuums, and I'll go back to the layout, it's important to see our vacuum stalls are toward the west side of the project. I think that's the west side. And there's not canisters, as you might think at the older car washes. They're central vacuum systems. And so there's one at each lane, and it's all plumbed. So there is no vacuum canister, it's just a hose. So it's just the air sucking into the enclosure, which you don't hear because the vacuums are inside the enclosure. So that eliminates the noise completely for the vacuums. Commissioner Lewis mentioned this. He said it was like Disneyland. Well, that's my daughter, and she thinks it's Disneyland. And I used to take her I still do, every Sunday to the car wash. Just kids love it. We have a lot of things inside. We don't call it a tunnel. We call it a showroom. Because when you go in and the soaps come down on your windscreen, then a picture projects across it. Right now we're doing dad jokes. There's different games, video games the kids can play. The soaps are all colored. So it just makes it kind of fun. Kids get to have fun. Parents get a clean car. Shine all the time. This talks a little bit about our membership. We have ultimate memberships. And the one thing I know we've heard a lot tonight is that there's saturation of car washes. Well, it's convenience. And we have 2,500 to 5,000 members sign up for every store we open. So it proves they want them. And it's a valuable service to the community because those members are local that sign up. We have a total of almost 900,000 members nationwide. Saves you money with the memberships, easy. No commitments, in and out. With the membership lines, that's something important to talk about. When we have a membership line and we have license plate readers that open gates for our members. So you don't wait in line. You just go straight through, get in the showroom, and out you go. It's only paying customers that stop at all, which really eliminates any kind of queuing. This is a big one, which is not as fun to talk about these days because we have a lot of water. But we don't always. We actually reclaim all of our water. We have 3 1,500-gallon tanks that all the water comes in and it goes through. And it filters that water. Some of it's split off for the final rinse at the end. Have to have a spot-free rinse. So that goes further into deionization, and then it comes out for the final rinse. The total water that we use per car is about 25 to 30 gallons after we continue to recycle it. All that water will go into the sewer system, as opposed to washing in your driveway, where you'll use 80 to 150 gallons of water, and all that water will go into the stormwater systems, lakes, rivers. So it's highly recommended by the EPA to use a professional car wash. And all of the soaps and detergents that we use are biodegradable and environmentally friendly. Minimizing sound. So it's important for us to be a good neighbor, and we think about that. we have sound studies that are performed on every project to ensure that we meet all the code. In this case, we worked a little more to even reduce sound further by lining the inside of the tunnel with a special acoustic lining. That's reduced our sound emissions 5 dB below what city allows for code. So it's much below what would be allowed. And that has all been set forth in our sound study. And then changing lives for the better. This one's a little disappointing. I had a video. Can we try? Are you going to try? The video speaks better than I do. Perfect.
Our mission statement at Quick Quack Car Wash is to change lives for the better. And we talk a lot about how that's really just our internal team. It doesn't have a lot to do with our customers. Even though we think we have a great car wash, we don't change their lives when we wash cars. But we do have that impact on our own team as we interact with each other. But this is one of those rare occasions where the opportunity came, and it's so congruent with who we are and who we aspire to be, to change lives for the better, to do this for Elias. So we jumped in and the team made it happen together with all of our partners and the Make-A-Wish folks, and it's been pretty incredible.
Being a part of this project really hit home for me. Being a cancer survivor myself at the age of 14, I felt it good to give back, especially to an organization that brought happiness to me as a child by making my wish come true of throwing out the first pitch at an Angels game.
The whole process has been awesome here at Quick Quacks. People would drop everything they were doing and come and help. And these are guys that have very busy jobs with different parts of Quick Quack doing incredible things for our company.
Big imaginative project is the result of just hours of lots of team members coming involved and saying, I want to make a difference and I want to be able to help this wonderful family.
It's an honor to be part of a company that gives us the privilege and the power to do these things and change lives for the better and really have an impact on the community and give back.
I just want to say thank you to the entire Quick Quack team. So grateful for everything that everybody has done, every hand that was in this wish for our son. Thank you all so much.
Excited to open our second Rancho Cordova location here in beautiful Sacramento, California. As part of our grand opening, we always select a family or an individual in the community where we can really do some good and help them out by holding a preview fundraiser.
Brandon was diagnosed with severe aplastic anemia last year and has been undergoing treatment. And so we were so happy to link them to Quick Quack and nominate them for this wonderful fundraiser so that the family could be supported through medical expenses, transportation, other basic needs that will help this family throughout this experience. Thank you again, Quick Quack, and to the wonderful community for coming out and showing such generous support to Brandon and his family.
My pleasure to present a check today for $6,100.
Our company's mission statement is to change lives for the better, and there's no better time to do that than during the holiday season. Each region in our company selects a local nonprofit that becomes the beneficiary for the donations that we collect by our customers on site. We collect physical donations such as clothing, food, or toys. We also take money donations, and we also run some monthly specials in which a portion of the sales goes back to the local nonprofit.
You're here at our facility. This is an inmate work facility for Sheriff's Toy Project as well as Sheriff's Work Project. And just to give you a little overview of what we do here, as an inmate work facility, people come to this facility to learn skills, life skills, things such as bicycle repair, working within our construction shop on building furniture and various items, as well as learning sewing and embroider skills.
Quick Quack Car Wash has a mission of changing lives for the better, and this is one of the ways that we hope to accomplish that. Can't think of a better organization to do that. Thank you so much for letting us participate.
A big thank you to everyone who donated to this year's 12 Days of Giving. We were able to make a huge impact in our local communities and really change lives for the better. We could not have done it without you.
Hi everybody, we are here at our newest Quick Quack Car Wash location in Elk Grove, right next to the Dutch Bros Coffee, and we're celebrating with our preview fundraiser. For this preview fundraiser, we were able to do this for Kareem and his family who are currently battling childhood cancer.
Kareem is 5 years old, battling leukemia. Our charity, Keaton Child Cancer Alliance, supports families who have
So really quickly, just for the sake of time, I think we kind of get the gist of the video. I spoke with the developer and they were okay with cutting the video short.
And I think that's fine. Honestly, it could go on for hours. That's what we do. I'm being serious. In the very beginning of it, I just wanted to explain, if it's not clear, that little miniature car wash was a child's make-a-wish. He first went to Disneyland. He had a lot of sensory issues. He didn't have fun. He loved to go to Quick Quack with his parents, and that's what he chose. And we built that full-blown little miniature Quick Quack. It's got a dance floor and music and bubbles, and it's really pretty cool, lights and all that kind of thing. So that's what we're about. That's why we wash cars. I appreciate your time. Yes.
Do you have when you're open for operation?
Total employees that we would employ at a particular store would be about 18. On staff at any one time, 2 to 3.
Okay.
It's automated. It's an express car wash, so there's no wiping or drying or anything at the end of the wash.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Anything else?
Good question. So tell me about your maintenance team. How long is you have that rotary dryer with the cloths at the end, which dries the vehicle off in there?
We have blowers that dry the car at the end, which is a critical component of the spot-free. It's also with the chemistry and making certain that the water's deionized and purified before it hits that very end rinse. But the cloths are on the washing part. We actually cut our own. We make about 80% of our own equipment, including cutting the cloths for the wash.
And you can say with some certainty that if it goes down and you got to get some maintenance guys in there, you're going to be up and running fairly quickly? Or
we own and operate all of our stores. It's not a franchise. We operate all of them, and we have maintenance. We have our own staff. We have our own installers that install the equipment inside when it's new, or remodel them. We buy acquisitions oftentimes and turn those into Quick Quacks and redo all the equipment inside those. We have a factory that we make the most of the equipment and signage and frames for all of the blowers and the dryers and the washcloths.
What about your hours of service? What does that look like?
7 a.m. to 9 p.m.
9 p.m.
Mm-hmm. You know,
even on rainy days.
Yes, and we're the only car wash that's open on a rainy day. We're open we're open every day but Christmas.
Mm-hmm. That block wall, that I'm assuming that's, let's see, where is Kendall? Yeah, so that block wall, there's residences right behind you there on looks like this. Is that the south? Well, it's the south and the east side, isn't it?
Correct. So there on the south side, there are existing single-family residential properties. Let me go to the aerial view because that will give you a better idea. So here on the aerial view, yes. So here we have an existing perimeter block wall fence that was part of this residential development that's existing. And then here we have an additional block wall that is abutting this multifamily. Between the actual residential housing, there are carports. So these are carports. And then there's also their drive aisles into that creates an additional buffer system. In addition, there is additional buffering landscaping that separates a lot of the tunneling and as well the drive aisles on that side. So they have a large separation there on the, let me turn to the landscaping plan because that elaborates it better. So they have a large section here of setback from the actual vacuum stalls because the drive aisles go through here. And then they have additional landscaping with the block wall that creates additional noise buffering to protect, you know, the residential existing here, as well as, you know, any noise that may trickle onto the multifamily residential to that side.
Right. And if I could add a couple things to that, we've pushed the building down purposefully as far as we can toward Kindle. And we've faced it to where the exit is facing Kindle, where you have a lot of the ambient traffic noise and so forth as it is. And that exit is beyond about 17 feet from the nearest apartment on the other side. So it's past it. So the sound's not going to really come back at it. It's going to go out toward Kindle.
I'd like to also add that there's a brick wall on both sides of the property, and we came in after the fact and we put a iron fence above the brick wall because
I see that.
because it was vacant. We had to go in every week to get the homeless out of the property, and so the neighbors wanted more protection. So I went ahead and just put it all around that, and that's probably one of the reasons why a few of those adjacent homeowners are actually either here in support or have sent letters in support of the project because they've seen that we've been responsible.
I had a question regarding the landscape plan.
Yeah.
What type of trees do you guys have along the or the wall that's parallel to Kindle? I'm just thinking of maintenance for residents. If any of those trees are like high maintenance or.
Yeah, they're going to be 24-inch box trees here along Kendo. And the reason we're requiring that, again, is to add additional noise, minimize noise from the car wash and the commercial site. So they are going to be responsible to make sure that they're continually maintaining those trees and that the treescape, although it may go a little bit into the residential backyards, it's not completely protruding into that. It's mainly staying on the commercial property.
And I'll just add that formal landscape plan submittal will be submitted after if the project is approved. And so that would be reviewed for specific species and things like that. And sounds like you're concerned about, you know, something that drops a lot of leaves or other things that may be a concern. Staff can take that into consideration when we do the landscape plans at a later date.
Appreciate that.
And again, between the landscaping, the placement of the building and the exit where it's facing, we are 6 dB below the city ordinance to the folks, I think it is to the north, and then those to the west, I believe it is. That's much further below city ordinance. So we're quite significantly below what is allowed.
For the drive-through on Shandon Hills Drive into the expressway, what option would a driver have if they decide, never mind, since it appears to go straight into the car wash?
Yeah, there is, right here you're talking about? Yeah. So there's an escape lane, what we call an escape lane right there, yeah. And so if someone comes through, their car doesn't fit, if they just change their mind, if, you know, for whatever reason, they can escape out through that lane and then get onto the, get out of the facility through the drive aisles. It happens.
I want to, if I could, at the break, I understood that someone asked, why can't we get better tenants? I want to say that I've been developing in this city for 30 years, and I've brought all sorts of tenants where there's demand I go and find the best tenant I can find. And there was demand for a car wash here for some time. I actually initially, even though there was demand for a car wash, I actually initially entitled this property for 3 restaurants, actually 1 restaurant and a multi-tenant building, which would also be restaurants. And I just want to introduce Nick Wyrick for 1 minute so that he can say for the last 8 years how much we actually tried to get other types of tenants to this project. And Nick and his firm and his partners represent more than 24 of the top firms, retailers in the country.
Has it only been 8 years?
Maybe it's 10.
I
It's a 10.
didn't think my beard looked like yours when we started, so it's been a long time. Gian purchased that property from Stater Brothers Markets and developed the 7-Eleven. I want to say it was about a decade ago. And since then, we've been working in earnest to attract tenants to the site. And we were thrilled when Quick Quack approached us. And I wanted to give you guys just a little bit of insight into the deal methodology of Quick Quack and looking at the trade area. The interesting part about car washes is that everybody has a car. So they trade across a bunch of demographic and income and ethnicity lines. And so people with cars want to keep their cars clean, and Quick Quack offers a very good product. And so when we were dealing with their management team and talking to them about the DNA of the trade area, one of the things that struck them was you know, they wanted a feel. And so when you're talking about this north end of San Bernardino, you know, we heard on the previous application we talked about the college, but certainly at this area at Shandon and Little Mountain and this corridor here, it's a little bit more than the college. It's a lot of young families and a lot of commuting families that have maybe driving age kids. And so you've got houses that have maybe 3 or 4 cars, and you have parents that they like their cars and they bought their cars and their cars are important to them because they take them to and from work. And you've got kids that car is the most important thing in their life because it's their connection to social, to their social or to their work or their school. And I think the owners of Quick Quack, I'd be doing them a disservice if I wasn't here tonight to tell them how important it is for them to offer a service that those people can take such an important item in their life, take it and get it washed and feel great about it. And that's really what those guys do. And so when they talked about bringing that kind of service and that kind of amenity to this neighborhood, it struck me because, again, we've been working for so long and so hard to try and find a good amenity for that. So when they said that, I thought it was a really, really good fit for the neighborhood. And that's when we put Gian together with them and we were able to put the transaction together. And that's what predated us coming before you here today. So, yeah.
Thank you. So I just want to make clear that I had actually fully entitled the project before. So we came back to re-entitle it because we couldn't get the tenants that we wanted. I also want to bring some more light to this whole car wash thing. You know, the property across the street, the Stater Brothers property, has had a number of vacant retail spaces that they could have a restaurant in or some other retailer. It's been vacant since I've been developing this project. And although I can't do anything about that, but I do know that the synergy between a car wash and a gas station, it helps the other shopping centers around it. And that's kind of the #1 rule of retail is you try to create those synergies of varying tenants. And so I think that in this particular case, it actually would be even valuable because it will help those other shopping centers around us that have so many vacancies at least have another shot at being able to fill their vacancies. I also want to say that, you know, I was told that, I was saying before that demand is what drives these projects. Demand means that there's people in the residence, these residents around it, they want this. If they don't want it, they won't use it. And if they don't use it, this company and myself has spent above $5 million and we're taking a loss. So we're taking a big bet. And I could tell you one thing, Quick Quack is such a sophisticated company that they come in within 5% of their projections in terms of what they're going to do in sales. So they already know that they're going to have demand here. Otherwise, they would not come to this location. That's why they've been able to grow so fast and so well since starting the company. And one last thing I want to reiterate, because this is really, I mean, it's somewhat of a passion of mine. I know that developers are not known to be environmentally friendly and so on, but you know, I built the first super fast charger in the country, and I built it here in the city of San Bernardino about 13 years ago. And I was awarded, yep, the first one in the country. Dianne Feinstein got notice of it. I got an award from AQMD because I'm passionate about the environment. This is good for the environment. We are constantly saying, how can we save water? How can we make sure that we're not spewing garbage into our waterways, into our drinking water? I mean, we should be celebrating these guys coming in with this new technology. The reason why you have so many of them at all coming in together at the same time is because the technology and the demand came together at the same time. And so that's why you're seeing so many of them. And as soon as that demand is filled, there's going to be no more new car washes built in San Bernardino or around. This is happening throughout California. It's not just San Bernardino that's seeing this phenomenon. And I think it's a good thing, not a bad thing. And it may take out some of the other older car washes that are not environmentally friendly. So this is not a bad thing. I know that there's been talk about this, but really I'm passionate about this because it does provide something extra as a developer that I like to be able to do when I work in a community. And I don't really have anything else to say other than I'm open to any questions.
I have a few comments to say.
Oh, go ahead.
I have a comment, John.
Yeah.
I was on the planning commission when we approved this service station
right
on the corner, and we were very concerned about what you're going to do with that property behind there. And a lot of the residents came forward and were nervous as hell because they didn't want a fast food place in there, and they didn't want any type of a food restaurant with a smell and so on. And I have to commend, you've done a good job of putting that tenant in and fitting it in that area.
Thank
you.
Good
job.
I appreciate that.
I was in the video there, or it might have been in one of the pictures there. I saw your, I mean, I guess that's your mascot, the big duck. Is he going to be on top of the building there?
That's Quackles.
Well,
and
Quackle,
Quackles will not be on top of the building. If it's allowed, when we do a grand opening, sometimes we have the big blow up on top.
Okay,
but we have a mascot. They go to Kings games and all kinds of things. So it's just our mascot, and that's Quackles.
Yeah, I was just wondering about that.
And I know who's inside that suit. And the other thing I was just going to say, if there's, again, with the hesitation of saturation, 2,500 to 5,000 members per every store we open, almost 900,000 members to date. That proves to us that people want this, and they frequent it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Danielle Foley. I'm part of the development team. I just have a few small comments to mention on top of the rest of the team. I do just want to point out again back to the landscaping, how significant the buffer is. I don't think you can see the dimensions of it, but to the west, it's 22.5 feet of landscape buffer, which is quite significant. Usually it's about 3 to 5 feet for a tree to be plotted. So on the west side, you have 22.5 feet, and to the south side, 15.5 feet, a full landscape buffer. So I just wanted to point that out, as well as on the site, we have about 40% of the site is covered in landscape. So I think that's pretty significant. It does show our impact of making this a beautiful site while also being able to screen from any sound issues that might be had. I do also just want to talk about Gian as a developer. I've worked with him for over 10 years in the city specifically. I was part of the 7-Eleven team getting this previous project entitled as well. Someone mentioned earlier about wanting other uses like a fire station. And, Gian is actually the developer of the fire station here. So he is working with the city on improving it in areas where it is feasible. He's also part of the Gateway development, where you do have major retailers that are being assigned to the gateway to the city, as well as part of the potential future development of the Carousel Mall. So he is very impacted and part of this city. And I know that it's been 8 long years of this site being vacant with vagrants on it, that this is what makes the most sense for this property. So I just wanted to kind of highlight those items.
I have a question. Yes. Are you looking at other areas of San Bernardino to put one of these, or?
I am, yes. I mean, honestly, I think that the 6th ward, if we can find somewhere for them to be at the 6th ward, I think it's needed there. I think it's something that would be good for that ward. And I have another one that I'm looking at as well. I can't remember the ward, but yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
By the way, the 6th ward, we haven't found anything yet. I haven't, it's not, I don't even have a property, but I think that it would do well there. It would do well for the residents.
Thank you. Do we have public comments?
We do. So Jessica had to take a quick break. We'll start with Vance Shannon.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
All right, next one up is Randall Fox.
Good evening. I've been waiting to talk to you about this. Another car wash. I can tell you, if you walk out to the north side of that parking lot where that 7-Eleven is, where this is proposed, and you look across the street, you'll see a 76, brand new, with a drive-through car wash and vacuums. If you look to the right, you'll see Kendall Car Wash, which has a small drive-through and the bays to do it yourself, because some of us don't mind doing that. It's actually cheaper that way. As far as the sound mitigation, I'm on the 2nd floor. I'm on what you say the west side. I would have a nice, lovely building right outside my window. You're not going to knock the noise down, guaranteed. I've been living there for almost 7 years. That's not going to happen. I mean, you're talking about, if this is approved, which I hope it isn't, 3 car washes within less than half a mile. That's a glut. That's unnecessary. You already have the 2. You don't need another one. When that property, if I recall, when it was first approved to be developed, you had the 7-Eleven. There was a big sign there at the corner. I saw it every day I walked that said, dedicated drive-through, sit-down food. We wanted something like that. As far as people requesting this, I've walked my complex, which is on that side. Every person I've asked said no. I know nobody up in the neighborhoods up behind that said, oh, we want a car wash. Because we have car washes now. Nobody wants another one. We want something, a nice sit-down place to eat with the drive-through. Something that doesn't have a presence on this end of town, Gus Jr.'s. That would work there with the traffic you got coming on Kendall and 40th and Stater Brothers. You get the traffic for that. That could be a successful business there. And we'd have something other than a car wash. Please, I just ask that you please vote this down. Give us another choice. I mean, nobody wants it, no matter what anyone has said here tonight. Nobody wants it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Apologies. Next speaker, Gilbert Olivares.
Hello. Thank you for having me. I'm against this car wash. I live right behind, down the street right there, right behind the 7-Eleven. And I see how you guys are talking about directing traffic to the gas station, but what about directing traffic away from the neighborhood? I mean, I'm okay with a sit-down restaurant. That's fine. But a car wash, it ain't gonna do me no good. I have 3 classic cars that 2 of them I take every year to Route 66. It ain't gonna do me no justice having a car wash there. The noise, yeah, noise will stop when it closes. I understand that, but what happens after it closes? If there's only 3 employees when it's open, who's gonna keep people out when it's closed? I mean, the 7-Eleven, we already have people coming through the neighborhood as it is, and now they're gonna sit there and wait. You know, there's been a lot of criminal activity, you know, right there. I don't know if you guys know about it, but there has been. And I just want to know how you're going to keep that traffic out of my neighborhood, because now it's kind of like intruding on my life, my privacy, how I'm raising my kids. And now we have a car wash. Okay, so if they come in off of Shannon Hills, if they decide not to go in the car wash, where are they going to go, in my neighborhood? Yeah, you put wrought iron on the fence on the wall behind all those other houses, but what about 2 houses right here? That's where my house is. I'm just saying, I don't want it. I don't want it. It ain't gonna do no justice. There's a car wash across the street. You guys already approved one on University, and then there's one across the street over there. A sit-down restaurant will be fine. It'll be fine, a restaurant, but not no car wash. I mean, I know the technology is, you know, today, I don't knock your business, but not right there. I mean, your business sounds, I know your business, but right there in my neighborhood, it's wrong location. I mean, I drove all the way down East Street and there's a lot of vacancies. I mean, there's a lot of places you can add a car wash. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, Councilman Ben Reynoso.
Thank you, commissioners. Thanks for all the work that you do. I'm actually glad that I stayed here until 10 o'clock. I didn't know you ran like the council meetings. Some of you like to talk. I am speaking on behalf of the residents. You know, it's a given. I represent the area. It's disheartening. Gian, we've worked on other projects. Like the gentleman before me stated, it's no slander on your business. It's too many, and people literally have said, I've been getting bombed with calls, they don't want this. The public notice, the short period, that's on the council to expand the policy about notification time, because more people might have been here, but it's also raining. And to be very frank with you, I represent those people. I'm doing my job here by telling you they do not want this. And thank you, Commissioner Lewis, for mentioning, is there somewhere else that you're looking? Because immediately I actually heard Councilwoman Calvin say, we don't have one on the west side. Why not over there? That's the reality here. And don't worry about, Mr. Penman does give some good advice from time to time. Don't worry about litigation and things like that. Let the council worry about that. Let the people who represent the people directly worry about that. This isn't coming with anything else. It's a car wash right there. I represent the 5th Ward. I don't know how many of you live right there by that area, but a car wash right there? What does the future of that area look like? That's what I'm here representing, is the people. There are residents right here, and I was waiting and hearing all the developer, the whole team, you know, fan the flame. This is really good. This is great. This is great. It's no slander on the project. The people still don't want it. The people just don't want it. Straight up. You all represent different wards. I represent the 5th Ward, from Kendall and the East Street Bend all the way down to Palm. Got enough car washes? People are vehemently opposed to car washes now in the 5th Ward because we get them with every gas station. We just accepted one reluctantly because the businesses that come with it. But understand that, the businesses that came with it. We don't need a car wash right here, nor do the residents right there. The residents, which you represent as well, want a car wash. And also to speak to, I guess, the deterrent and the fencing, it actually assisted a lot of people in climbing the fence when you added the top layer of it. And so that actually didn't work either. I'm sorry to point that out, but I'm talking to people. People are telling me literally what's going on. And bottom line here, I appreciate all that you do. I appreciate the time that you're spending combing through this and asking diligent questions. The 5th Ward, the people who live right there especially, do not want a car wash. They want other things like a sit-down restaurant, but give them the opportunity to discuss that. Just a few public comments here at a planning commission meeting isn't covering the full scope of what people might be open to, but I know for sure they are not open to a car wash. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Marvin Norman.
Good evening again, commissioners. Marvin Norman here, 7th Ward. Like Councilman and the gentleman before him said, I think car washes the new ones are great. I recently was in LA and I had a need for a vacuum, and I was looking for a car wash, and they're not as blessed as we are with car washes everywhere. So we have that going for us, I guess. But I don't think this is the location for it. And the reason why is because we have our $200 million BRT station right out front. It was disappointing to see that the 7-Eleven was built. That honestly was a big mistake, honestly. The prime corner there, right by the BRT station, and we put a gas station, and that is the biggest waste of land. And I remember a couple years ago I was speaking with someone right after Smart and Final closed, and I was talking with them, and they were talking about the car wash that had opened there at Baseline. I think it's called Matt's Car Wash. I don't remember the name, but and they were talking about, it's great, we got the car wash, and I was like, no, you don't understand. Like this was a prime location right by the BRT. We have a good, now the train station is open too. Have a good connection. And one thing I pointed out is like, if you had not put a car wash there and instead put an actual development with housing, your Smart Final would probably still be open, because then you have people who want to go shop. So as John was mentioning about the Stater Brothers has vacancies that have been waiting for tenants for years. If you want tenants there, put people there, not car wash. You're not going to get tenants in your other businesses by just having a bunch of car washes around. And so this is a good location, pretty close to the university. It's a great, it'd be popular for students, as the other gentleman mentioned. Also a lot of families and stuff are moving around. People continue to get pushed out of LA and move here, and are raising the rest of our rents. So let's give them a place to move into instead of a car wash. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Judy Penman.
Well, good evening. As the night wears on, I'm going to keep you just a little bit longer. I apologize. I wasn't really intending to come up here and get a little defensive of my businesses, of which the car wash is not yet. But after Councilman Reynoso got up here, I thought, uh-oh, I'm going to change my tactics a little bit, because actually, as former police chief said, business is the lifeblood of any community. Some of you have heard me say this before, but without business, our community would not survive. First of all, I wanted to say thank you all. Thank you for your service, because you are doing our city a much needed service. Blah, blah. Also, I wanted to praise Gian Torkin. San Bernardino is so fortunate to have him as a developer in our community. I am one of his biggest fans, and he has a wonderful reputation throughout the county. I've talked to the county planners and they love him. He follows through with what he's going to do, and he does a magnificent job, and I love him. So we are fortunate to have him. I didn't think anything was negative about this car wash, but evidently there are some residents that are not happy about it. I think Mr. Reynoso would probably find fault with almost any business, because I have watched him at the council meetings complain about the warehouses and other things, and he takes great pride in going out and picket different businesses. I have nothing against Councilman Reynoso personally, because we've actually never officially met. But I have driven by many car washes, and I've never seen an undesirable element of people standing around them. I see lazy people who do not like to wash their car, of which I am one of many. And I think there is a great need for these car washes. And I see what these people are going to do with their resources for our community, of which Gigi Hanna, former city clerk, elected city clerk, handed a card so that she could benefit from their resources. Businesses are very desirable as long as the city hounds them and makes them keep up and follow the rules, of which you are responsible to make city staff do that, like code enforcement, etc. I think this looks like a wonderful opportunity to add to our resources of businesses. Businesses are very valuable, and I would love to talk to you about our warehouses. Some are not just storage. places. Some are manufacturing, of which they ship all over the world. This other resource for us is on Kendall Avenue, of which is a business district, not a residential area. Thank you again for your service. Love you all.
Thank you. Next speaker, Miriam Nieto.
Hello. First off, I want to say thank you guys for being here. You guys are doing a great job and asking great questions. I know that the night is really long, but you guys are doing a great service to our city. And I secondly want to say another car wash, right? And I think as we were mentioning, I actually do not, I believe that your business plan is actually really awesome. And I think that more people should have that kind of connection with the community and charities. And I really like how you personalize that. However, I also have children here in San Bernardino. I have 2 children that I am planning to raise here in San Bernardino. And all they will see in that street, which is a prime location, as many of the residents have mentioned, are car washes. Why bring another car wash to a prime location? I hope that if you do believe in our city, you do believe in your motto and your business, that you consider another place, consider other places in our city, not that prime location. I think that we need, we're talking about the homeless, right? We're talking about how many homeless there are there. And I know, Gian, you're saying that you have been advocating for different businesses to come. Well, advocate harder. If you really support our community, continue to advocate harder, because never have I heard from other developers that that business or that place is eligible for mixed use or affordable housing or so forth. Who are you advocating to, right? So I think making those connections, you guys love our community, do better for it. And lastly, yes, we need more businesses, and they are. However, we know that our city, our Chamber of Commerce here in our city is not the best at bringing forward some of these cities. Therefore, do we really want to continue to have that narrative and bringing in businesses that do not work? Let's continue to advocate for our city, do better. Don't let businesses bully you. Don't let other people make you think that we don't deserve better, because we do, and we believe in you guys, and we believe that you guys as residents also know that we deserve better in our community. Thank you.
No more public comments.
All right, commissioners. Shall we start?
Chairwoman, before we get to that, you can actually do it after as well, but I just want to remind you, I recommend you give the applicant an opportunity to respond to the public comments given. It's up to you if you want to take commissioners' comments first or do that first. It's up to you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and go with commissioners because I'm sure they'll have questions as well. Do you want to start, Amelia? Anything? Okay. Ivan? Larry?
Yes, well, thank you for all the comments, and I would like to, I'd like to put my 2 cents in on those comments. I've been a member, I'm a native of the city. I've been here like forever. I've seen Little Mountain. I've seen the back of Kendall when it was farmland. We used to rent horses back there. Anyways, I grew up in this community, and I've watched different pieces of property be developed different ways. I've seen businesses come into this community and put their life savings into a business to see it fail. I've seen people do the same and have a successful business. And if a business is run correctly, it can succeed. And I think it's up to the developer that wants to come in, invest their hard-earned money, and put a development like this together and take that risk. And I'd much rather see them take that risk than that property sit there vacant for another 10 years. I think this would suit the issues about having a restaurant in that piece of property. I think if you had a restaurant in that piece of property, you would have the smoke, you'd have the grease from the fryers, you'd have all the other things that people are concerned about. I think the car wash, sure, there's quite a few of them. The technology is there and people are using them. So I think that is something that it should be up to the developer. And if he wants to put it in, and with the scheme that this particular developer has with the Quick Quack, I think it'd be a real benefit and addition to the community. I'm also real familiar with that center there, and Stater Brothers Center does have a few restaurants in there, and I've seen a few of those come and go. And I think it would bring people into that area. So with that, I'm going to support this project. And that's my opinion.
I just wanted to bring attention and say thank you to all the community residents for their public comments and as well as the petition we received here. I think your participation in all these decisions is important. And your voice is just as important, even more important than folks who are well connected in this city. So thank you for your participation. And I hope other folks on this commission hear you. Apologies, this position is for item 9. So public comments, thank you.
Okay, first of all, commissioners, you have a map. That's actually 3 maps of all the car washes. San Bernardino, Redlands, Rialto. It's a lot of car washes. Right now, San Bernardino has 16, and you're looking, we just did another one that's 17. We're looking at this one is 18. This one is across the street from 2 other car washes, and just down the street is the Kendall car wash. That's a lot of car wash, so there's 3 altogether in half a mile. That's what's necessary. That's the best use of our property. Think about it. I did a little homework also because of when you're staff members. I did some homework on how much water is wasted. And actually a car wash saves 60 to 70%, so that means 30 to 40% is gone. And we're still in a drought, and we keep adding more car washes in a place that's saturated. Car washes are good, but maybe not here since we already have 2. Maybe somewhere else. This is not the best place for a car wash, and you really should listen to the people that are impacted, and that's the neighbors, or the people around it. And obviously they don't want a car wash. There's something better we can use. Maybe not a restaurant, but I'm sure there's something else besides a car wash when you already have 2 across the street, and we just approved another one. And look at the map. There's a lot of car washes. We don't need it to saturate another car wash right here. Find another place. There's other places in San Bernardino. Like you said, 6th Ward. We don't have any. Maybe something there, but not another one on Kendall when the people obviously do not want it. They're not receptive to it. And I know a car wash is going to get you a lot of money. That's great and wonderful, but it's not good for the people. They don't want it. So maybe listen to the people. And you already have 2 car washes there already. So why another one? Thank you.
Well, let me say this. This is it is quite a significant saturation of car washes. Specifically, I mean, they're all within walking distance in this particular location. I remember when they made a notice to build a 7-Eleven there was a great deal of protest from the neighbors. I know this because I have many acquaintances, friends that live in the Shanlin Hills area. And I don't know that, let me put it this way. I like the project, but I don't live in Shanlin Hills. That's not where I'm not backed up against it. I'm not down the street from it. I just know a lot of people up there. And I just feel like we ought to think about, you know, we're saying, well, we got 3, what was it, 3? 3 car wash. Somebody, a couple of these, somebody's not going to survive. You put 3 car washes within walking distance. I mean, something's got to give. It's just, what do we want? There's a, what is it? It was a 76 gas station that got a car wash built in there, and it's probably, I mean, as you know, I don't know that it's one of the top state-of-the-art ones. It's probably a lot more modern than the Kendall car wash. So, I mean, you know, there's various types of car washes. There's various types of people in that community that maybe they don't want to get out and spray their own car, or maybe they do, or maybe. So my point is this. If we've already heard the residents, they don't want a restaurant there. They don't want a restaurant there. I know I heard that. They don't want the grease. They don't want the, what we want is to, if we keep this land vacant, we allow vacant land to do things that vacant land does. We do want quality stuff in our communities. We do want things that are of service and of value for our residents. Change is inevitable. Nobody likes it, but I think it's going to happen. We went out kicking and screaming with the electric vehicles, but now they're everywhere. We've got to move with the flow of things. I like the project. I think that it is oversaturating that area with car washes, and I'm going to take in what I've heard these community people say here today, people that actually live there, people that are actually affected by this. You know, and I would challenge any of them that, I mean, they didn't want 7-Eleven there, but it seems to be doing what it does what a 7-Eleven does. It's a bigger, better look on that corner than what it was before. And quite frankly, I'm pretty sure that the residents that have live in that area have utilized that 7-Eleven at some point since it's been there. It's fairly new, but that was a big problem for that community up there when they heard a 7-Eleven. Oh my God, you know. So unfortunately, like I said, change is difficult for all of us. We don't like it. We just want to leave things alone and let it be the way it is. But come on, we got to think about, you know, 5 years from now. You got 3 car washes within walking distance. Somebody ain't going to survive. So that may cut it down to 2. I mean, especially with a quality company such as, well, Quack, yeah, these guys. If they're coming in with the quality, the level of professionalism and quality that they have expunged here, and that what we've heard that they are, come on, what, don't we deserve that? Or do we deserve, you know, I mean, I'm not bashing the other car washes. I went to Kendall Car Wash for years. It was the only, I remember when it was the only one over there. We just want to do better. We want to do better, and I got to look at the bigger picture for what is good for the community. I don't want to see anybody that I like the car wash here. I don't know what else you're going to put there anyway. Are you going to start? I mean, it's just, I don't know what else you're going to put there that makes sense. That anything that you put there, your residents there are going to have a problem with it because it's change. I heard. I got you. I got you. I'm going to just say what I got to say and let you know that that's where I am with it. It's changed, and I know, and but the end game is we got to do something that makes sense for the city of San Bernardino and all of its residents, not just the ones that are right there. That's your ward. You live there. I mean, I get it, but it's not something that is it's not going to make or break your ward. It's just not. It's something that can and will serve you well in going forward. Okay.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing tonight is we want quality service value. And I do believe that this project offers that. I commend you for your community service give back. I haven't seen anything like that. And I'm sure it's out there, but coming forward to the Planning Commission. So I commend you for that. I commend you for staying with us for so long with the city of San Bernardino. I too, like Mr. Quill, am a lifetime resident of San Bernardino. Raised kids here, and I hear we have too many car washes. Yes, there could possibly be 3 in that area. Each one offers something different. You have a gentleman back there with classic cars. You have somebody that wants to go and wash his car himself. You have somebody that wants to, maybe they get rewards with the service station. Then you also have somebody with 2 kids that there is no way going to have a regular car wash. It's almost like instant daycare when you can drive through those things. Believe me, I had 2 kids within 2 years. So yes, those were quite entertaining. So I do think this project could be of value to our area. And I'm hearing this over and over. Do better, do better, do better. You know what? It's up to us. Your residents, you can talk to companies, you can frequent restaurants out of the city, and you can ask them, hey, what would it take to have you come to our city? It's up to us. It's up to a council people. It's up to us residents. I mean, nothing's going to stop us from talking to somebody else. So thank you.
Can I make a motion?
Does the applicant want to say anything? Address anything?
I just want to say that I have been working for 10 years to try to find other tenants. It's not that I haven't. I had entitled this property for other tenants. I've been doing this for 30 years. First of all, I want to say that I welcome the community and their passion, and they're right. You know, they live there. Some of them will be affected negatively, but I guarantee you, I've never done this where somebody is not affected negatively. This is how these things happen. There will be a certain number of people that they will be negatively affected. They will come out, but the majority of the people that do support it, they don't come out to these things. They vote with their dollars. That's how they vote. And I can't understand why you would want to give a monopoly to a potential, to some other business, to a competitor. Why would you want to give them a monopoly by keeping others out? You want to have them compete and let the best one, the one that serves the community the best, survive. That's how you get the best. And I can guarantee you, if I would have brought a Gucci store here, somebody would be here complaining about it. Because it happens every time. You have a developer that has made a 10-year attempt. Prior to that, Stater Brothers, who owned the property, made a number of decades in attempting to bring tenants here. It did not happen. Stater Brothers has pads available in the front. They weren't able to fill it. It just is not as easy as people make it seem to be. Thank you.
Chairwoman, again, would you like to ask the applicant if he agrees to the conditions?
Sir, do you agree to the conditions?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So no further discussion. We'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Okay, with that, I would like to make a motion that the Planning Commission adopt resolution number 2023-010, approving conditional use permit 22-10, based on the finding of facts and subject to the recommended conditions of approval.
I'll second it. I'll second that motion. Third time. Second.
All right,
Call for the vote.
let's call the vote. Chair Guerrero,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Queel, Commissioner Flores,
No.
Commissioner Armstead, Commissioner Lewis. Motion carries.
Thank you and welcome to the city. Moving on to item number 7. Staff report, please.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you. Item number 7 before you is conditional use permit 22-16. The proposed project is going to be a 75-foot tall mono eucalyptus tower and ground-mounted equipment enclosure. The project site is at 118 North Pepper Avenue within the commercial general zone. Here we have a aerial map of the project site area. This property currently right now, it's a commercial zone. There is currently existing residential property on the commercially zoned property, and the project site is surrounded by a lot of residential as well as a mobile home park. Here I have the zoning map to illustrate that the property is commercially zoned. And then it has surrounding residential types of development and residential zoning designations. As it relates to the project site, in order for any project site, they have to do a site selection. So there was a T-Mobile frequency engineer that analyzed the project area, and based on the fact that there was a lack of wireless reception within the area, that was causing a lot of congestion and overloading of cell phone calls, they determined that this site would be suited to have a new telecommunication facility that will be camouflaged as a eucalyptus tree. The operation is unmanned. They do approximately once a month go out there for maintenance, or if there is emergency maintenance because the cell tower is not working properly, they'll go out there. But in general, it's unmanned, it's enclosed with a existing split face, with a new proposed split face enclosure, so that way no one has access to any of the ground mounted equipment. There is an existing driveway approach through the, and I'll show you right now, through the mobile home park on Rialto Avenue, where they'll be able to have access to the site. Here we have the existing site facing north from East Rialto Avenue. It's going to be this project pad right here. And right now there is an existing block wall as well, but the enclosure in itself will have a block wall. Here we have the existing site. As I mentioned, there is an existing driveway here on Rialto Avenue, and where once a month or whenever needed, they'll go out there to provide maintenance, and it's going to have a little gate to be able to access the enclosure here on the project site. Here we have the proposed elevations. As I mentioned, it is going to be a mono eucalyptus, a eucalyptus tree. The reason that we pushed for the eucalyptus tree because it's
fits more with a lot of the tree design and tree landscaping that's already out at the location. So it's going to blend in better with what's out there at that project area. With that, we as staff have reviewed the project, have worked with the applicant to make sure that they're in compliance with our with our telecommunications facility standards, making sure that the enclosures are going to be enclosed, and making sure that the best suited facility is in place. And we are recommending that the Planning Commission adopt Resolution 2023-015 based on the categorical exemption, Section 15303, and approving conditional use permit 22-16. The applicant is here for any technical questions that you may have, or I may be able to answer some of your questions as well.
Good
We'll go
evening.
ahead and open the public hearing.
Good evening to the members of the Planning Commission. I know it's been a lengthy night, so I'll try to keep my statement short and sweet, and I'm available to answer any questions. I'd like to first thank you for taking the time to review our project and consider it for approval tonight. My name is Melissa Keith, and I am here to speak on behalf of Vertical Bridge, the applicant, a tower company that develops infrastructure for wireless carriers. Vertical Bridge is proposing to install a new 75-foot tower disguised as a eucalyptus located on 118 North Pepper Avenue. It will contain 12 antennas, 6 remote radio head units, 1 microwave antenna, 1 GPS antenna, 2 ground-mounted radio cabinets, and associated equipment materials within a 50 by 50 block walled lease area. The site was chosen based off of coverage needs, which would primarily address poor and spotty coverage located in this area of the city, which is heavily used for residential and commercial purposes. While other property owners were contacted, the parcel at hand is the location that we moved forward with because the owner agreed to permit the installation of this facility on their parcel, and a tower at this location would be adequate to meet coverage needs. The site is intentionally disguised as a tree because we found that this would be the least intrusive means to install a wireless tower in this location. There are existing trees surrounding the proposed facility, which would also serve to screen the tower from public view. Our proposed tower installation shall contribute to the quality of the city's overall infrastructure and will also ensure that network coverage services are adequately met. The wireless tower is expected to improve communication needs by enabling the public to swiftly respond in the case of any natural or man-made emergency. As the applicant representatives, we have worked closely with our planner assigned to us, Elizabeth, to ensure that the site and its proposal meet jurisdictional requirements maintained by the city and the federal government. We believe that a due diligence effort has been made to meet the city of San Bernardino's guidelines for installing a telecommunication facility, and it is for these reasons that we would like to request the city's approval for the proposed tower at 118 North Pepper Avenue. Thank you for your time, consideration, and assistance throughout the permitting process.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We have no public comments.
Okay, commissioners?
I had one minor question. I think it was one of my first planning commission meetings where I was hoping staff could provide a map where all these telecommunication facilities are, just to make sure they're not overly concentrated in certain neighborhoods. And I understand part of the reason it's coming here is because there is a telecommunications outage, but for the future, it'd be great to have that map handy.
Thank you for the comment. I will make a notation and we'll provide that information for any future telecommunication facilities that we bring forward.
I also made that request about a year ago. Still never got a response for a map of where all the telecommunications things are. I've never got a response. It's been more than a year. I feel reluctant. Where's the next tower? My other question is, I don't know much about the towers, but it's in a residential area. Are we concerned about electrical or radiation? I don't know because I don't know anything about towers. But there is a concern, and then there's definitely a concern of where they all are. You know, do we have like several in this ward and none in this ward? I'd like to see a map. I really would. Before
And if I could
approve it.
contribute to responding to that, we did provide a coverage prediction plot, which has T-Mobile will be the first carrier that is going to be locating on here. And this map right here, I'm not sure if there were copies handed out, but I could pass this along. It does show the different towers that are around this area, specifically for T-Mobile. And we also did submit an EME report for any concern regarding radio emission. And that report, which I know Elizabeth has as well, shows that we are less than 5% of the FCC limits for radio emission for this tower.
Does your the map that you have, is it just T-Mobile or is it everybody?
This is specifically just for T-Mobile, but we can, as part of a condition or whatever may have you, we can provide, we could look into providing something for, I guess, other carriers as well.
And that's something that we can work on putting together and provide you that detail within the week. I apologize if that was lost with time. I can definitely work on putting something together and making it, providing it to our recording secretary who has communication directly with the commissioners and getting that to you.
I had some questions. I have 3 questions. My first question is, will this tower improve cell signal?
Yeah.
Hopefully within our city.
Yeah, yeah, that's the idea. So you'll see. I'm sorry, I apologize. I don't know what copies you may have at hand. I'd be happy to pass this along. But this is a 75-foot tower proposal, and in our elevation sheets, you can see that T-Mobile will be locating on top, but we already have plans for other carriers to locate right underneath. Being a tower company, we could kind of mitigate also like height and things like that. So our plan is already for other carriers to locate underneath. So it won't just be addressing T-Mobile, it'll also be addressing all the other major carriers as well. That's the plan.
Thank you. My second question is, does a tower have like any mirrors that may cause glare to nearby residents or traffic?
No, it doesn't. And that's also another item that can be mitigated through our conditional approval. Oftentimes, sometimes planning requires like a specific type of paint, but typically we don't use mirrored paint either, and the branching doesn't provide any mirroring either.
And then my last question is, what are the setbacks? I see that there's power poles that are about 60 feet tall, high voltage. What are the setbacks from this tower in comparison to the existing high voltage lines?
Sorry about that. It's about 14 feet. Sorry, it's just really hard to see from the power line, but it's because I think the power lines run through this point axis. So the tower here is here, and then the branches span out. So it's a good about 14 feet away from the power line. So it shouldn't intrude into those power lines.
Thank you. Yeah, because I saw some power lines along Pepper. I'm not sure what or Rialto Avenue. I don't know if there's.
This is Rialto. So yeah, Rialto also has power lines. So that's one of the things that we have to take into consideration, that there isn't that accessibility there.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Yeah, so your T-Mobile technician will be there once a month to service them. So is that the only technician that goes in there? You mentioned that there were other providers that are going to have antennas there. Do they as well come in once a month, or does T-Mobile just service them all?
Yeah. It's a good question. It wouldn't be specifically T-Mobile's employees that would be going there because this is a vertical bridge tower. It would actually be Vertical Bridge's employees who would be going in and checking in periodically or on an as-needed basis.
So there's other carriers that are in the Vertical Bridge family. Is that how that works, or is
Yeah, eventually. So once this is installed, we submitted an application that's reflective of the Vertical Bridge Tower and the T-Mobile antennas that will be propped on there. We've created enough of a space to where other carriers will likely reach out to Vertical Bridge and say, hey, can we tack these on here? It'll be really easy. The process would most likely be an administrative process with the planning department at that point.
Oh, I get it. I think I get it now. So Vertical Bridge is outside of setting up the poles, doesn't really do anything in telecommunications.
Yeah, they provide essentially the infrastructure.
That's where we are. Okay, I understand now.
I know it's a few moving pieces there, but that's how it works.
Yeah.
You said the study regarding the radiation, electrical, whatever, that was in our package for us to see?
That was provided as a part of our analysis. It was not incorporated in the package. So but when we did the review, when they presented that analysis, that is taken into consideration to make sure that they are in compliance with our standards, to making sure that they're not going to emit beyond what is the permissible federal allowable emission. But it was not provided in your package, ma'am. No.
This is not, it's smack in the middle of a residential area, so it meets all those guidelines.
It meets the federal guidelines, correct.
Do you know where the next closest tower is?
I don't have that information at this time.
I'd really be comfortable if I saw where the other towers are. I'd hate to see like 2 and 3 towers in a small area, especially on this side of town.
Okay. Anyone else? That's it. Okay. All right, we will go ahead and is the applicant okay with the conditions?
Yes,
Thank you.
We read through them and we're accepting of them.
Okay. We'll close the public hearing and call for a motion, please.
I make a motion that we approve this item.
I'll second it.
Call for the vote.
Chair Guerrero,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Queel,
Yes.
Commissioner Flores,
Yes.
Vice Chair Armstead, Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
And we will go on to item number 8, staff report, please.
Good evening. I'm Chantel Choice, the Assistant Planner with the Planning Division. Item number 8 is extension of time 22-04. Extension of time 22-04 is a request for a 1-year time extension for development for previously approved development permit type P 18-02. The project site is located at 939 South Inland Center Drive within the industrial light zone. Here we have the aerial map with the location of the proposed project site. We have industrial and commercial uses located to the north of the site, with residential uses located to the north, south, east, and west. As previously mentioned, the project site is located within the industrial light zone. Back in August 18, 2020, the Planning Commission approved Resolution number 22-33 approving development permit type P 1802 for the allowance of development of a 101,464 square foot industrial warehouse on approximately 5.25 acres. Development permit type P 18-02 was set to expire on August 18th, 2022. On March 3rd, 2021, City Council passed an ordinance approving an 18-month time extension on project sites expected to expire before December 31st, 2021. The applicant was misinformed that the project expiration date has been extended an additional 18 months under the emergency ordinance. However, the project was set to expire after December 31st, 2021. Therefore, the project did not fall within the emergency ordinance. So the set expiration date of August 18th, 2022 will still remain. Due to previous staff misinterpretation, the applicant was unaware of the correct expiration date and failed to file the request for extension of time 30 days prior to the expiration date of August 18th, 2022, which is why staff is allowing for a after-effect submittal. The applicant is now ready to move forward with the process and is requesting a 1-year extension of time with the new expiration date for this project to be set as August 18th, 2023. Here is the previously approved site plan for the project. And here we have the north, south, east, and west elevation of the proposed building. Staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt resolution number 2023-008, finding the project categorically exempt pursuant to section 15061B2, review of exemption, and 15162, subsequent EIR's negative declarations in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, and approving extension of time 22-04 based on the findings of fact, CEQA determination, and subject to the recommended conditions of approval. And that concludes staff presentation.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and open a public hearing. Any public comments?
No public comments.
Oh, there's a gentleman. Did you fill out a form, sir? Oh, okay. Thank you.
I'm Kevin Alcantara. I'm with Herdman Architecture on behalf of the owner of this property. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to let me know. But I think staff correctly stated everything that was involved in our misinterpretation of that extension. So I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
I did have some questions. When did you guys apply for the permit?
I don't know when we applied for the permit, but we were approved August 2020, which is pretty much the height of the pandemic. So we were working to get approved up until August 2020. So that kind of added to that misinterpretation of thinking we had that 18-month extension.
Were you referring to the application for extension of time? When was that filed?
No, that like for the actual project. I'm sorry, for the CUP or conditional.
Development permit was approved on August 18th, 2020.
And then my other question is, I assume it was for COVID, the reason the project got delayed?
Essentially, yes. Our client is in Canada, so we were actually looking to move forward with this project, and we found out that our time had expired. So the project is moving forward. We are making steps to proceed with that. So the project will be moving forward.
And just a couple more questions. What's your construction duration is, and when do you plan to just break ground for this project?
I can't tell you that because we haven't submitted plans yet, but I mean, our client would like to do that as soon as possible. We do have a contractor on board who is working with the unions on this project. I know that was kind of a big point when we were first getting approved for this project. So we do have the architect is signed. We're going to be doing the drawings for that. The contractor's on board. They're signed. So as soon as we get this project approved through the building department, we're going to want to start construction. As far as how long the construction will take, maybe a year process is usually how it goes, maybe less.
And then just my last question, what is the purpose of this building, the warehouse, or what, I guess, the use of it?
For the building right now, it is just a warehouse. It has an office component to it. The owner owns the owner owns the business that runs the property to the east of it. And as far as my understanding is, this will be an ancillary building to that operation.
Thank you. That's it for me.
I'm not sure if you're able to answer this. It's more of a historical question, but how did this parcel get zoned industrial when it's surrounded almost entirely by residential?
Unfortunately, I don't have that information as to how this parcel was zoned industrial. I know, maybe, I don't have the information for that.
Thank you. And were residents informed about this new extension of permit?
Yes, they were informed. The proper noticing within 1,000-foot radius of the site. Those residents and tenants and owners were notified.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. So when you originally got the permit back in August of 2020, was that a 24-month permit?
Yes, it was.
So this would just be your first extension?
Yes, it would.
Okay, thank you.
Any public comments?
I stand corrected. We do have one public comment.
Okay.
Marvin, if you're ready.
Yes, good evening again. Marvin Norman. I also went to school at Valley, and I know that this residential community, as Commissioner Flores was mentioning, it's in the middle of a residential community, so it is concerning to see that we're putting yet another warehouse in the middle of residential community. I mean, we're told all the time that, you guys got to take the warehouses into Inland Empire because you have the space, and, but we have lots of space that's not right next to our houses and next to our schools. And because I also used to substitute teach, and I know there's a school right a couple blocks away from there, and the kids would, or someone were going to go by there. So it'd be great if we could put warehouses not where people are, and not where people live, not where people go to school, not where people recreate, because there's also the trail right there across the street. Thank you.
That's it? Okay. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing and call for.
I stand corrected again. We have one more speaker.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Ana Gonzalez, representing the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice. I want to reiterate what my colleague mentioned. There are several schools actually within less than half a mile of that site. One of them being, of course, Valley College and Middle College High School. But the most concerning one is the Orbita? Okay, thank you. Elementary school, which again, our little ones are the ones that get to breathe PM 2.5, ozone, and NOx faster than any other age group in our communities. I am very concerned about the location. Again, one of the planning commissioners mentioned it, and other folks did too, about why this got oddly zoned as light industrial in that area surrounded but by nothing but residential uses. This is a prime location for more residential, in fact. I understand that the city of San Bernardino is over 2 years late on their housing element. So maybe this is a good overlay project that can be added to the housing element to keep you guys in compliance. Again, you know, you guys have heard it before. There's a lot of health concerns around the cumulative impacts of warehousing and diesel truck emissions. And this is just a really awful location for use because of the residential and the school. There's over 5 schools actually within less than half a mile, so that's a very big concern. I would ask that a health analysis be conducted before this is taken into consideration, because I understand that an MND doesn't really address that. So I say to not approve this until more studies are done within the project because of the sensitive receptors around the project. Thank you.
Chair, if I could, is there any more public speakers on this item? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Just for clarification, we're only approving the extension because the project has already been approved?
Yes, that is correct. So the project has already been approved. This is just for the extension of time. The environmental was already taken into consideration when it was previously approved on August 18th, 2020.
Okay, thank you so much. Go ahead and
This question might be more, well, maybe you can answer it, David. And I clearly understand this is just to approve the extension. The project was already approved some time ago, before I was born here. But what happens if, or can I ask that question? I want to know what happens if we don't give them this extension. Is
so
that
in effect,
David question or an Albert question?
Yeah, it's both.
Okay.
In effect, the project dies at that point. That doesn't change the zoning. The zoning is still light industrial. So another project could come forward for that use. So to answer the question about when that zone became industrial, the last comprehensive update of the zoning was, I think, 2006.
Jeez.
So, so it's at least been that long, if not longer. So we don't know for certain. We would have to do some research to determine when this specific property became industrial light. So yeah, to answer your question, if the time extension is not approved, then the project dies. And to just reiterate what Chantel mentioned in her staff report, the applicant did make a timely request back in March of last year to inquire about the expiration of their project. They were misinformed by previous staff that you have nothing to worry about. You've got an 18-month automatic extension. That was incorrect. And when they came back in to submit for their building permits, they discovered that the project, the entitlement for the project had expired in August of last year. That's when they submitted a request for the after the fact time extension. So I just wanted to make that clear. There was some staff error previously last year. So just wanted that to be clear for everyone.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and call for a motion, please.
I'll motion to approve the recommendations for extension of time 22-04.
I'll second that.
Call for the vote.
Chair Guerrero?
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Commissioner Queel?
Yes.
Commissioner Flores?
No.
Vice Chair Armstead? Commissioner Lewis?
No.
Apologize, Chair. I skipped you. Chair Guerrero?
No, you
Oh, did I?
took me first.
Okay.
Mhm.
All good. Motion passes.
Okay, moving on to item number 9. Let's hold off on our side conversation.
All right, good late evening, everybody. Bear with me, I'm running off of a banana and a stick of gum. So first of all, I'd like to point out that I made a mistake on the public noticing. It says DPP 20-04 and it should say DPP 20-09. That's the only mistake within the staff report. So today, the proposed project is a request to allow subdivision. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Mike Rosales with the Planning Division, Associate Planner. And today, item 9 is subdivision 21-04, tentative parcel map 20361 and development permit type P 20-09. And it's a request to allow the subdivision 2104 for tentative parcel map 20361 for the consolidation of 11 parcels containing a total of approximately 14 acres into one parcel, and development permit type P 20-09 for the development and establishment of a truck and trailer parking facility. The project site is located on the northwest corner of West Foothill Boulevard and North Macy Street, APN 0142 041 09 10, 11, 17, 18, 20, 21, 32, 33, 34, and 44 within the Commercial General 1 Zone, Ward 6. So here we have our location map. You can see it's surrounded by residential development, residential neighborhoods. It sits on the hard corner of Foothill and Macy Street, which is an entrance into a major corridor for residential. Here we have our aerial map. It shows the project site surrounded by residential. And our analysis today is the proposed project is located within the Commercial General 1 Zone, which doesn't allow for the development and establishment of truck parking facilities. Prior staff made an incorrect development code interpretation that truck parking lots were allowed in the CG1 zone as a standalone use. Current staff has made a development code interpretation that parking lots in the CG1 zone are allowed as an ancillary use to another permitted use within the zone, but not allowed as a standalone use. The CG1 zone is not intended for industrial related uses such as parking facilities or distribution. The project sits at the entry point for ingress into multiple residential neighborhoods. The City of San Bernardino General Plan Policy 2.2 states, promote development that integrates with and minimizes impacts on surrounding land uses. The project site is surrounded by residential homes and residential zoning allotted for the future construction of homes for the community. The project may impose potentially adverse impacts such as idling trucks along residential community streets, air quality issues, unwanted noise, unwanted sight and glare, and unnecessary traffic. The project would not align with the City of San Bernardino General Plan Policy 4.1.1, which states proactively seek out and retain businesses that create jobs and generate sales tax revenue. Nor Goal 4.11, which states ensure fiscal viability in order to provide a high level of services to the community and finance capital projects. The proposed project is not economically viable to the community, as the project would not generate any sales tax revenue for the city and would limit the parcels to a truck parking facility that preclude commercial uses that could provide a greater benefit to the community and the neighborhood. The project would represent the encroachment of industrial uses into a key commercial corridor along Route 66 in the 6th Ward, which is immediately adjacent to residential community and along the city gateway. The purpose of the Commercial General Ward is, Commercial General 1 Zone is to provide for the continued use, enhancement, and new development of retail, personal service, entertainment, office, and related commercial uses along major transportation corridors and intersections to service the needs of the residents. The development and establishment of a truck and trailer facility abutting these properties and on a viable commercial land parcel would be a disservice to the community and could impair economic and job opportunities that could result in negative economic value. Here we have a shot of looking north. We have northeast. Here we have the property looking west. And we're looking southwest. Here we have our site plans for the development permit 20-09, which you would have the entrance coming in off of North Macy Street here, and the site plan for the subdivision itself. So after careful analysis, we did find that the code interpretation was actually wrong from past prior staff, and moving forward, we see that Planning Commission, we recommend that the Planning Commission adopt resolution number 2023-011, denying subdivision 21-04 for tentative parcel map 20361 and Development Permit Type P 20-09 based on the findings of fact. The applicant is here to answer any questions if you have them.
We'll go ahead and open the public hearing. And applicant. Do we have any public
We
comments?
have several requests to speak.
Okay.
First up, Anna Gonzalez.
All right. Good evening again. Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, advocating for the San Bernardino communities in this particular area. As I was looking at the CalEnviro screen, I found that there was over correct that. There's over 8,000 residents or families in that area, and they were in the 90th percentile of pollution burden already. The city of Rialto recently is undergoing their housing element update, and they just did a rezoning of residential overlay of all of Foothill Boulevard, and I would hope that the city of San Bernardino would do the same in their housing element. So this is a prime, again, location for more housing rather than any commercial or industrial or trucking uses. That would benefit the community, also bringing in property tax revenues and other benefits. And so I am in full support of the denial of this project. Thank you.
Next, please.
Next speaker, Charlene Dixon.
Charlene had to go home because she's working, but she asked me to read her statement for her. Speaking on behalf of the residents of the area that were unable to attend, I have been told by them numerous times that a trucking facility will increase wear and tear on the road used by the residents. It would also greatly impact the air quality for those that live around it and the children that play near it. Not a good location.
Thank you. Next, please.
Next up, Janet McKay.
Good evening. My name is Jeanette McCaig, and I'm with the Neighborhood Association Council, and I'm actually here on behalf of one of our members that couldn't make it tonight, and she lives in the area, so she asked me to read her email, and I'm happy to do that. Good evening. I'm against the approval of this project because of the additional bad air quality and traffic that it will bring to our community. We also have Southern Pacific Railroad and their fumes that run through our neighborhood. Additionally, a truck and trailer facility already exists on 1938 5th Street, just east of the proposed development. There is a mobile home community on the south side, 2505 Foothill Boulevard, and new homes are being built on Macy and 6th Street that will be affected. We haven't had any new businesses of importance for over 40 years. Foothill Boulevard and Route 66 are very important and need to be recognized. We are a food desert and need retail shops, restaurants, grocery stores, housing, and something similar to Dollar Tree for essentials that would be beneficial. We need positive business development in this area. Thank you for your consideration, Charlie Jacobs. Thank you.
Next speaker, Belen Nava. Okay, moving on, Christina Marquez.
Good evening. My name is Christina M. Marquez, and I was born in San Bernardino at Community Hospital. I live in San Bernardino. I teach in San Bernardino. My grandparents settled here, and I understand why when there's a clear day and you can see the beautiful mountains and the location, perfect. As an educator, I enjoyed the persuasive arguments that I've heard tonight, both pro and con. especially when in regards to Ward 5 and the 6.46 acres that they've decided to use for restaurants, a car wash, and a Chick-fil-A. Why couldn't we use those 14 acres that we're speaking about tonight for youth activities? Maybe a bowling alley, a skating rink, which our city no longer has, a Dave & Buster's to keep our students entertained, or something similar. Even a senior center would be greatly appreciated. And I'm still waiting for the Starbucks or a coffee shop in the 6th Ward, which we haven't had yet. Many of the trucks that would be using that facility, they're not smogged, so they contribute vastly to the air pollution in the area, which covers up our mountains. And let's not just call it Foothill Boulevard, let's call it what it really is. It's the Mother Road, Route 66, which is being recognized throughout the United States. Building businesses there, or even affordable housing, would be best for our city. If you put in the small businesses, a sit-down restaurant, oh yes, we'd like to have Panera Bread there, or even small businesses, maybe a Cajun restaurant, maybe a seafood restaurant. But those would give our youth employment opportunities. Let's face it, people, we're not spring chickens anymore, and we need to have these youth employed and become a vital part of our city. So I'm with you for declining the truck stop or the truck parking. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, I'm sorry, I'm going to mispronounce your name, Rocio Aguayo.
Yeah, that's me. Hi. Good evening. I'm sorry for my English, it's not very well, but I'm gonna try. My name is Rocio Ramon, and thank you all for your great job being doing for our community, for all of you, especially you, doing your job, looking for things to approve or disapprove. Thank you so much. All of you, but especially you. I live in 2415 Spruce Street, Sirio San Bernardino. We have 5 years living there, and we hear, when we hear for the first time about that project, immediately I think it didn't sound good to me. Why? For example, when we have a reunion or a party, they have music during certain time. It's okay, but when they stay for like 4, 5, 6 hours, become annoying. What do you think is going to happen when a lot of trucks 24/7 make a noise? For me, it's going to be annoying. About pollution, our lungs will collapse sooner or later. If you do research about that, you will find out that people died in 5 years. We are about 1,000 feet away from that. It's just 500 feet, it will happen that you die in 5 years already. This is not about smelling the food. It's like we going directly to our lung. Neighbors sign up already to oppose. We have a lot of neighbors that already sign up. Thank you so much for your time.
Next speaker, Miriam Nieto.
Hello again. My name is Miriam Nieto, and I am a resident of the 6th Ward. My parents bought a house there back in 2007, and I've lived there since until we just recently bought our house now in the 7th Ward. Anyway, my kids go to my parents' house almost every day, right? With this daycare, right? Like grandparents are ideal. They're our favorite. And my kids love going to my mom's house and seeing the mountains there. They love seeing right now when the winter is happening, they love seeing that winter topped mountains with snow. They play outside all the time. My mom currently suffers from chronic asthma. Already being there in a place where BNSF is already throwing out those fumes is not helping her. And it might be easy to say, well, maybe you guys should move. My mom can't afford to move. And I would love to move her somewhere where it's better climate, but that's just not our reality. Our reality, and the reality of many residents here in the 6th Ward, is that we live where we live, and we have to make the best of it. Right here, you guys have a chance to really deny something that, as you guys are seeing, the residents are not for, and to really support the community. And you guys are asking great questions, and I really, really appreciate that. And I also appreciate Council Member Kim Calvin being here and supporting her constituents. And that is what a city government should be doing: residents, city commission, and city council really working together. So I think that right now I am following up with the residents and saying, please deny this, do not approve this. And I think, thank you for your time. Yeah.
Next speaker, Rick Moss. Rick doesn't appear to be here, so Jesus Rodriguez.
I thank you guys for all the time you're just spending, because I see it's getting late. And if it gets any later, I should have shown up yet tomorrow. I just want to bring up some points that I believe indicate my objections to my neighbors down there. The facility is going to be incompatible with the traffic that's there: truck versus pedestrian, small vehicles. Second is excessive large vehicle concentration. You're going to have tons of trucks into a small constricted area. Accelerated degrading of the roads due to the weight consideration, and just into that area with all those trucks being there. Congestion due to large vehicle transiting back and forth. It's of minimal benefit to the local area. You're going to end up with lower wage jobs there. They're not going to be, jobs that with a real future. We need to look for the future of what our city needs, the long-term gains, not just filling in an empty lot. And one bit of advice for those who fear litigation: remember what Britain said. They said, fear God and dread not. And there are others who should be heard, who obviously aren't here, and it's also getting late, and you've already seen quite a few of them already gone home. But I appreciate your consideration in this project, and I hope that it is in fact rejected and we find something worthwhile for that area. Thank you very much.
Okay, I have one more speaker card, Rocio Ramon. Oh, she already spoke. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think we'll go to Councilmember Kim Calvin next. Okay.
Hello, my name is Eric Ashman. I live about, I'd say about maybe 60 feet away from that site where the truck's going to be, or at least want to build a parking lot. I don't think it's a good idea because, first of all, the destruction to the roads. Second, it's a major road that people travel on, so traffic. And I know even if they put a wall up there, say they're trying to keep the noise down, the vibration, because I'm so close, I'm going to be feeling the trucks traveling back and forth. Plus the fumes from the diesel, from the trucks, I'm going to be smelling that. So to me, it's very unhealthy. It's not good for the neighborhood. And it's going to bring down the value of the neighborhood also. Plus, it's not doing the neighborhood any good. So for me, it's not worth it. It's not good for just the neighborhood and the people around there, including myself, of course. And that's it.
We actually have one more speaker, Marvin Norman.
Hi, yes, again. Marvin Norman here again. Yeah, I read through some of the staff report, and as they have already surmised, it's not a good project for the area. It doesn't appear to be permitted, and we really, we really don't need to do this to 14 acres of prime land along Route 66. This is on the entrance into San Bernardino. I actually used to live in Colton, right down the street from there, and so whenever I come over here, oftentimes I take that route, and including on my bike. And one of the things, of course, is I know that this part of Foothill Boulevard is still under the jurisdiction of Caltrans, and we know how their paving maintenance schedule is. The last thing we need is more trucks on here destroying the road, because we know it won't get repaid for until my kids are my age at this rate. So I think we could do better than entomb 14 acres of land on a prime entrance into the city in concrete. I know it's empty now, and that area, some people might be concerned that there's vagrancy, but putting up razor wire and the guard shack isn't going to make the place better, and covering it with trailers. BNSF already is expanding their yard in partnership with SBCTA because of the bridge, and so and they're expanding their yard everywhere else. If they need places to store more trailers, I think they're doing a good job of finding it on their own. There are no warehouses close by, because that's another usual excuse. Oh, the warehouses close by, need somewhere to store the trailers. There are no warehouses close by there yet. Hopefully that stays that way. So I really don't see the reason why we need to entomb 14 more acres on the prime entrance into the city in concrete. Thank you.
Councilmember Calvin.
Thank you, planning commissioners, for staying this late. Now I know how it feels to be on the other side and waiting just to make a comment, but I do commend you all. And I also want to thank the city, the planning commission, the planning department, and economic development, because they actually were able to, address me with this issue. I did meet the developer there on that property quite some, maybe about 7-8 months ago. And what everyone here has stated, I'm always talking about economic development, right, and how much is needed in Ward 6. But right now, this is really about health and safety, right, and what this will be doing to our bodies and our lungs and the people that live. Miss Charlie Jacobs, who lives directly across the street, that mobile home park, it's directly, there are homes that are right behind it. And when I was told that there was a survey sent out and maybe 8 or 10 people showed up, but that's not enough. And out of the 10, 8 said no. So we have to be able to address the community. And the way you do that is by acknowledging that you hear them. And this is not simply, like I said, about economic development, even though if you travel down Route 66, you will see that it is a food desert. There isn't any new development that has been in that area within the last 40 years. And when we talk about that, this is not the type that we want. We cannot put in something that is only going to benefit the actual developer. It has to be something that benefits the entire community. And as we are working on our general plan, we must take into consideration that we have not totally tapped into our portion of Route 66. And that has been something that we kind of been asleep on, but we're wide awake with that right now. We do need to petition Caltrans to give us that part of Route 66. And as State Street is being opened, the first phase is taking us to baseline, but the last 4th phase will take us all the way to Route 66, will take us to Foothill. So we have to look at these projects that we are doing on our side as major development, ones that will help us to be able to interface with other cities, but also tap into what every other city has already done, and that is broadening their scope of their portion of Route 66. And what could that bring as revenue to our city with attractions? We already have someone that's talking about a marathon on Route 66, but those are things that we can do in partnership with Rialto, with Rancho Cucamonga, and all the rest of the surrounding cities. But tonight, I am in support of your already denying this project, and I would just love for you to be able to keep the community members at mind as to what they are dealing with every single day. Ward 6 is the hottest ward in the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No more public speakers.
No more? Okay. Does the applicant want to speak? Okay.
Thank you, commissioners, for your time. My name is Bobby Nasir. I'm the applicant on this project. I just want to take a couple minutes to state some of the facts in the case and just put them in for the record here. I originally made this application approximately 2.5 years ago. On this, we were supposed to come to Planning Commission about a year ago. There was an initial study that was produced on this along with a health risk assessment on the project. It was approximately 1 year ago, city staff requested that I pay for BB&K to review the initial study. They did review the initial study along with the health risk assessment and blessed it. At that point, you know, the truth is I just want to make some of these documents of record. I think some of the positions that were taken regarding the CG1 zone go direct in conflict with what findings of fact that staff has found in the past of CG1 zones. In addition, I would also like to make it of record that I understand that there may be some thoughts of a food desert in the area and more, and I'd like to make it a public record that I did propose that I would carve out a corner of the property, design a sit-down restaurant, and gift the land to the city to bring in a development of that in joint function, some sort of a mixed use of that. That offer was rejected. So I think there's a little bit more here, but at this point tonight, I think I just want to make sure that the Planning Commission is aware that there was an initial study done, a health risk assessment, a noise study, and all the rest that goes with it. And if there's any other questions.
I had a couple of questions. It looks like there's already an existing piece of property that you guys are probably going to demo there. A residential home. Are you guys expanding that business, or
which one are you referring to?
It's
closest to Macy.
It's on Foothill. Yeah, that property.
That's
inside.
already been demolished.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an old photo. We did also have a meeting. We sent out letters to the homes on Spruce Street. And we did have a meeting. Part of that meeting, we accommodated a much larger buffer zone between the project and the residences and narrowed the exit on Macy Street.
Hey, Mike, yeah, can I see the laydown? Because I see that you show it's a truck and
sorry,
trailer.
that's the wrong site plan. I think your packet has the correct one. That's an old one.
I was just curious to see a site plan for the truck and trailer parking facility, your layout, if we have it.
Do you guys have a packet on that?
No.
You should have it within your staff report packet.
I don't have it here. Yeah, okay. Let me try to pull it.
Looks like the same one. That's not the same one.
Well, anyway, I wanted to know how many trucks and how many trailers is this site?
It's actually a
intended for?
container parking terminal. It's not a truck parking terminal. So there is infrastructure for the future if trucks go to electric, to put in electric vehicles, but it's not a truck parking terminal. It was only containers, and I believe it's on the site plan, but I believe it's 258. Yes, absolutely. To answer that question, trucks do have to bring the trailers. Absolutely.
So this project is mainly intended to store containers, like
Correct.
Conex containers, steel containers?
That's correct. So a lot of the warehouses that are developed or coming from the rail, they don't have enough parking for containers because they maximize the warehouse space. This is an auxiliary terminal that would hold containers.
And I was just curious, what area of the lot or the parcel were you planning to kind of donate to the city?
The discussion was the corner of Macy and Foothill.
The bottom left, kind of where it does the radius? Like bottom right?
Bottom right, correct.
Yeah, the other thing that I just wanted to mention, there was recently just a truck parking space on Tippecanoe and near Baseline. And this project seems very similar. And I live in Ward number 2. I live in front of a school, in front of Bradley Elementary. I understand the citizens' concerns. One of my concerns are things that I have to deal on a daily basis, you know, just as kids, noise, there's traffic in front of my house. I would encourage the residents to kind of drive by on Tippecanoe and Baseline, between 9th and Baseline, and observe what the final product would look like. I don't think it's a bad idea. There's a school nearby this existing parking facility or truck facility that was recently built. No, I'm talking about the one that's on Tippecanoe. And there's an apartment complex across the street from where this project was recently built. So I would really encourage just residents to take a look at that project has already been built. That's it for me. Thank you.
I have a question. Okay, it says here this is a truck and trailer parking facility. That's not correct then?
It's referred to as truck and trailer, but this was, so there were, I mean, going into, so we originally worked with staff for probably a year and a half, and there were a lot of mitigating measures that were taken. And part of that was also that it would be a container storage terminal.
Okay.
So it's kept the name, but it's not descriptive in that it is a container storage terminal.
My own opinion, it's too bad it's not zone residential or something of that nature, because what's going to happen, containers, you can stack those 3 and 4 high, correct?
Sure.
And so most of the container storage places exceed, maybe 30-foot high.
If they're allowed to go vertical.
Okay. Is there any conditions in your proposal that would disallow you to go more than maybe 1 story?
I don't believe there is, but I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Okay. Because I can see that would be a real issue to have stacking containers on a main thoroughfare, a main boulevard. So I kind of understand what the residents are saying.
I understand.
Yeah, thank you.
How often are these trailers switched out?
It ranges, but anywhere from 1 to 7 days.
Okay. And approximately how many trailers would be stored on site?
I think it's on the site plan, but I think it was 258.
And that's based on a 1 level?
A mixture.
Oh.
There's a mixture. There's a calculation on the traffic study that does a mixture of, on average, I think it's probably 2 to 3 days, but don't quote me on that.
Okay.
I don't have a question for the applicant, but just wanted to commend staff on the analysis. This might be my favorite staff report, actually. And would encourage this level of analysis for other similar projects in residential areas, and would encourage staff to include more analysis on health and cumulative impacts, and I'm sure that will come with environmental justice element, but
Thank you for doing your due diligence and rectifying what I think were bad interpretations and practices that were bringing industrial development into the city.
I like to mirror what he said, but I also tell you, thank you, staff, very much for this analysis. It is my favorite one. Thank you. I would also like to give you some observations that I made. This is on the corner of Macy and Foothill, where we approved 29, believe it was 29 residential homes. We're looking at $500,000 homes because of the market value now. And I think the last thing they want to see is a truck container on the corner to the entrance of where they live. Okay. Also, there's no immediate freeway access. The one freeway access, you have to go all the way down Foothill to the 215 freeway. The other one, you have to go down Pepper in front of the hospital. And that's the last thing they want to see is a lot of trucks in front of the hospital. You can't go on the other side of Pepper because the city of Rialto is not going to allow it. So there really is, you're going to take these trucks through the city, through the residential. Yes, it's containers, but those containers have to be hauled by something. Sure. So these trucks are going to go through the residential, then they're going to clog up those roads, going to tear up those roads. It's Foothill. It's a major commercial corridor that we would like to see developed some other way. This is just not the site for it. And that's my main comment. This is not the site.
Good afternoon. Real quick.
Almost. It's almost next afternoon.
Well, look, I just woke up, so good evening. Yes, it is rather late. These containers have manifest. Do you always know what's being stored on that property, or you just assume that it's
inside the containers?
Yeah.
No, it can't.
So our residents that live adjacent to it don't know what's over there and have no way of knowing and just don't know. And we're just going to roll with that.
I mean, no more than we would know with any truck and trailer on the road what's inside it.
I get that, but I did hear you say that these trailers sit there sometimes.
No, fair enough. No, it's impossible. I'm not going to stand up here and lie to you. It's impossible for me to know inside the containers.
Right. So it's safe to say that, I mean, the residents don't know either.
Sure. No.
Okay. And I mean, can't conclude that, oh, well, it's not a container of lithium batteries leaking out into, I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's really close to people. And it's on our Route 66. All right, well, that's all I really wanted to know is if you knew what would be in these trailers. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other? Thank you. Okay.
And Commission, we do have an answer for you on the number of parking stalls. I had to zoom in on the plan, the correct plan. Looks like 312 spaces, trailer spaces, and 4 standard parking spaces and 1 accessible space.
Through staff, are there conditions or have any conditions been addressed about how high they can stack them?
There's no conditions as part of this because staff is recommending denial. Should the Planning Commission decide not to support staff's recommendation and wish us to bring it back as an approval, as the applicant mentioned, there is an initial study that would need to be released for public review, and then we would then route it to all the departments for their conditions, and those would be part of the submittal or the packet coming to you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm quite surprised when I see those containers stacked, 4 and 5 high. So, thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and call for a motion, please. Sir, did you can, we will briefly, sir. Thank you.
At first, I thought it was just only trucks, but I don't know if you have ever heard them stocking empty trailers or full trailers. First, they have to use heavy equipment. And third, each time they drop one of those cans on top of each other, it makes a certain amount of noise. So it's not just now we're going to have that issue of the trailers, we're also going to have a noise issue and heavy equipment also to move those containers. So it makes things even worse as far as I'm concerned. So I'm going to have the noise also and weight of those containers being stocked. We are all going to feel it in the neighborhood, at least all of us that's close to it. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2023-011 denying subdivision 2104 for the consolidation of 11 parcels containing a total of approximately 13.91 acres and development permit type P 20-09.
I second. Call for the vote.
Chair Guerrero,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
No.
Commissioner Queel, Commissioner Flores,
Yes.
Vice Chair Armstead, Commissioner Lewis. Motion carries 6-1.
All right. Last item, if we can continue, thank you. Last item, number 10, staff report, please.
Good evening. Again, Elizabeth Moore Rodriguez, Senior Planner with the Planning Division. What is before you is item number 10 is variance 22-01. The proposal is to allow for a reduction of the required minimum front yard setback from 25 feet to 14 feet and the minimum rear yard setback from 15 feet to 12.5 feet in order to allow for the installation of a pre-manufactured.
I'm sorry, excuse me, sir, gentlemen, if you could continue the conversation in the hall. Thank you.
Thank you. In order to allow for the installation of a pre-manufactured single-family residence, the project site is located at 588 West 10th Street on a 0.48 acre site within the residential medium zone. Here we have an aerial of the property. This is the project site area. It's a residential medium zone. It is surrounded by existing single-family residential and then also some multifamily existing residential neighborhood. Here we have the zoning map designation. As you can see, it is residential. RM is for residential medium. And then it is surrounded by some other alternative residential urban, and then some also a residential high, which allows for multifamily development. It is an existing legal lot. So the development code within our regulations indicates that single-family residences in a residential medium zone shall be constructed in compliance with the standards as set in our single-family residential RS zone, which is the residential suburban zone. The development standards here before you are pulled from our development code, and where the setback, front yard setback requirement is 25 feet. So when anybody wants to do a construction of a new home, or in this case, the installation of a pre-manufactured home, they would have to have a 25 front yard setback requirement. The request before you is to reduce that so that the installation of the home can occur within a 14-foot setback instead of the 25. The rear yard setback requires 15 feet, meaning the structure would have to be separated from the property line 15 feet away at the rear yard. Here, in order to allow for the installation of this pre-manufactured home, they are requesting a 12.5 feet installation into that reduction. Currently, the lot size requires, our current lot size requirements whenever you form a new single-family residential lot, RS, residential suburban lot, it has to be 7,200 square feet. The existing lot is only 6,098 square feet. The lot depth that we require is 100 feet. The current lot is only 86 feet. The lot width is 60 feet and the lot width is 70. The lot in itself, when we took into consideration in order to allow for the installation of this pre-manufactured home, we took into account how the lot is an existing legal lot that would only allow for the development of a single-family residential property. The lot is substandard. It doesn't meet current standards. It predates them. So based on the current lot size, the current depth, we were, it wouldn't be able to, it would only be able to support the single-family residential property, but we would have to be able to deviate from our current setback requirements. So that is why we're bringing this for you, because without that deviation, the single-family development wouldn't be able to occur, and we wouldn't be able to allow it to conform and meet the same privileges as the rest of the residential developments that is in existing. Currently, this is the property facing north on West 10th Street. Here we have a site plan. As you can see, right now the pre-manufactured home is going to be set at a vertical at a vertical instance. They are not able to meet the horizontal distancing because they have certain egress issues in terms of being able to meet building code requirements and fire code requirements. So they had to put it at a vertical plane, and for that reason they have to encroach within our setback requirements at the front and then also at the rear. However, I do want to indicate that they have to do a 2-car garage. So they're still going to have the 2-car garage, and the 2-car garage is still going to be able to meet the distance requirements, and they're going to be able to meet the separation requirements. So that's not going to get affected. Here we have just the elevations. It's a pre-manufactured home, wood siding. They're going to have a cream color, yellow color base. So it is going to be essentially compatible with the rest of the residential neighborhood. It is going to have the feel of a single family home. They're going to provide the 2-car garage. And so with that, we're recommending that the Planning Commission adopt Resolution 2023-009, finding that the project is categorically exempt pursuant to Section 15303 of CEQA, and then approving variance 22-01 based on the findings of fact and subject to recommended conditions of approval.
And I would just add, just for your information, that this is for Habitat for Humanity project. They have the unit ready to place on the site. It's already manufactured. So this home will be going to a family in need through Habitat for Humanity.
Thank you. We'll open up the public hearing. Any comments, please?
We have 2 public speakers. First, Gigi Hanna.
Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. It's nice to be before you guys again. I am the new Executive Director for Habitat for Humanity, and we need this house built. You know, California's housing crisis is complicated, but the solution is not. It's to build houses, and we have a house. We have it ready. It's on excess property that we got, I think, about 12 years ago from the water department, and we have a single mother and 3 kids ready to move in. So I ask for you to grant us this variance and, you know, put one more family in quality, affordable homes. So if you have any questions, I can answer them. I think she probably has more of the specifics than I do. But I can throw all sorts of stats at you about the benefits of a Habitat home and on education. I believe that there's a member on your board who may be able to speak to that as well. But you know, 68% of our families, Habitat families, report their kids' school participation and grades improve. Their financial stability, they become financially stable. They become civically involved. Something like 80% of Habitat homeowners have voted in the last 4 years. So, you know, you're getting a good resident, and obviously it's in line with what's already in the neighborhood. So that's all I have, unless you guys have a question.
I have, I think, a simple question.
Yes.
How come it's such a large house?
Well, that had to do with the family that we had. And originally we were going to put it at the 9th and 8th Street, which we're building 2 houses at right now. And it was determined that wasn't big enough. And I believe we were constrained by the size of the family that was going in there and the size of the manufactured home. And we don't normally do manufactured homes. We normally build from the ground up, but because of COVID, we couldn't get work crews and volunteers out. And so we had to go with the manufactured homes. And at this point, the third one, the one that we're hoping to get this variance on, is in storage, and it's costing us, you know, tons of money to store it every month. We were heartbroken when you didn't have a meeting last month. But anyway, normally, you know, if we had a bigger piece of land, we put it on a bigger piece of land. These people have been, I think it's 2.5 years. They've been waiting for this, 2.5, 3 years. So, you know, I really do hope that you grant this variance. And I think Kim had something to say, and she is a member of our board as well.
Thank you, commissioners. This project is really important because as Director Hannah just mentioned, these families have been waiting well over 2.5 years because COVID did set the city back, set us all back as far as getting the other 2. And it hasn't been too long since the other 2 have been completed. And manufactured homes was what the Habitat Humanity did have to go and purchase because in COVID, the building was not just taking place. Then now what they have, what we're faced with is the amount of money that the storage has been costing due to other things that needed to be done on both properties that was taking for a long time to get done. The one thing that is very important to know is that these homes are not going to be rented. These are for purchase. So these folks will actually become homeowners the moment that, you know, they get the keys, and they've already put in all of their volunteer hours, which they have to do is called sweat equity, and they've been completed well over a year with that amount of time. So definitely is a good investment if the variances are not causing any other problems to anything else existing. Both of those, the homes sit on a lot, you know, it's their own lot. So it's not like they're bumping up against to anyone else either. So if they're not, and the planning commission planning department has saw fit to approve these variances, I would hope that you would as well. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay. Any commissioner comments?
I'd feel wrong not speaking on this project. My family was the first family selected for Habitat for Humanity back in the 1990s. So I was born the year our home was finished. And it's late and I'm emotional now. But it feels pretty full circle helping hopefully approve this variance. But thanks Habitat for all you do. And yeah, it's cool to see the work's still going.
You know, all I want to know is this location, what is that? What's the? So we're talking somewhere like, and yeah, right in there. Is that an unincorporated area? Is that actually city? It is. And there's other manufactured homes in that area as well?
Not immediately within that vicinity. I'm sorry. I forgot. It's a little bit late. Sorry about that. Not immediately there within the vicinity. There is a lot of single family homes. The pre-manufactured home that is being proposed is going to be in a similar compatible material. They're going to have wood sliding. It's going to have the pitch roof. So essentially, once they install it, and I've seen some of the homes that have been installed previously, it feels like an actual home that fits within the characteristics of the neighborhood. A lot of the homes that are there, they have very dynamic materials and facades and exteriors that kind of make the neighborhood unique. So to answer your question, not immediately within the vicinity, but it is going to blend in with, the single family development component, and it's going to have, compatible materials and colors to match.
Right. And the exterior walls of that pre-manufactured is 4 inches.
Correct. So essentially, the pre-manufactured home has to meet specific requirements per certain building code requirements. So I believe that is the case. They have to meet those requirements. There's certain guidelines when it comes to installing a pre-manufactured home, and they're still going to have to go and we're going to have to make sure that the grading is done appropriately. We have to make sure that the pad where this pre-manufactured home is going to go is also to code. So everything's going to be checked, making sure that it's meeting building code requirements, fire code requirements.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other public comment? There being none, we'll close the public hearing.
Would you like to
Is
ask the applicant?
Are you okay with the conditions? Okay, thank you. And okay, so we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and call for a motion, please.
I'll make the motion to approve the variance.
Second.
I'll second.
Call for the vote.
Chair Guerrero.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Queel.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores.
Yes.
Vice Chair Armstead.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis. All right.
See, we do good. We do better. Okay. Let's go on with the non-public hearing items. Any planning commission reports, announcements, longest meeting ever. Congratulations to Elizabeth for having the most items. Basically. Any announcements?
No, nothing for me this late, early.
We can wait till next meeting. All right. Okay.
My director's report is thank you for hanging in there with us tonight. Thank you for all your constructive feedback. It is greatly appreciated. Commissioner Flores, thank you for the comments regarding our staff report earlier. As always, feedback is greatly appreciated. So thank you for hanging in here with us. Thank you for your service to this community, and we look forward to seeing you next month.
I did check into the League of California Cities event, the Planning Commission. It was sold out.
I'm that popular? I'm just kidding.
Well, yes, the event. So I don't know if there's any spots that have been reserved for our city, but it would be nice to know and be able to go. Okay. Thank you. Get home safely. We are adjourning the meeting at on Wednesday, March 15th at 12:07 a.m. Thank you.